Sorry, that was my boy band death metal playlist. Anyways, I got the ring off. I got the ring off. I know that like when your finger really swells up and you have a ring on, they become like it becomes a pain in the ass to fucking get rid of. So I'm just gonna let it sit on my pinky for right now. But my pinky is far too small for the ring anyway. You look like the diversity hire in a boy band. What the fuck does that mean? Currently loosening up my pump. What? Dude, the optics are terrible here, man. The optics are terrible. What is happening? Wait, I'm getting angry DMs from Dickers right now. Did you go live just to spite me? Dude, this is insanity. No, I'm kidding. He didn't DM me that. All right, but to get things started, the great Chronic Sonic, who shout out to him for clipping me, albeit I don't think his caption was very good. Which is probably why the tweet didn't do numbers. But he's gonna cope and say it's because I'm irrelevant. I get it. But Chronic actually did his homework and found something very interesting about our buddy Tectone. Now, Tectone, who is a raging narcissist of the highest proportions, has this need to always inject into stories what a good person he is while pretending like he's talking about, like when he's talking about others, he'll like bring in something that makes him look good, but try to do it in like a subtle manner where, for example, like, you know, I can really relate to what this person is going through but it's like just an excuse for him to inject some information that's going to make him look cool or like a savior to his like fucking audience. I don't know. But Chronic pointed this out, and let's take a look at this.
We're about to catch a...
You need to address the... I'm not talking about the server on stream anymore. It's just not happening. All right. It's just like total Spurg shit. I'm trying to reform our image, people. I'm trying to become more serious, not known for the guy that runs an unhinged troll community, even though that's the image I was trying to promote for several months. All right, so our buddy Chronic, snot-nosed swagger, we will be promoting more, the more he clips me, of course. My IP is on... Good one, buddy. Tectone said he put himself in between an active shooter and his ex-girlfriend Pink. In reality, the shooter was a jewelry store robber on the floor below.
Guys!
Hold on.
I literally put myself between an active shooter and my ex-girlfriend while they had guns, and people still said I treated her like shit.
This is the girlfriend where we have a clip where he looks narcissistic as fuck, and this is what he does as well, okay? He'll inject details into a story that conveniently never came up until it was beneficial to him. So, like, he's hanging with his dad, promoting his, like, sex criminal father, bringing him around women, etc., etc. Then when it comes out his dad is a sex criminal and that he did make some women uncomfortable, that Tectone brought him around, and that Tectone did platform him, now all of the sudden, Tectone is an abuse victim at the hands of his father. So then the sympathy and attention is back on him. This detail never was relevant when he was actively promoting his father, by the way, and bringing him around people. Now it's coming up when Tectone's getting backlash for platforming him. And with the Pink situation, if I remember correctly, there's a clip Does anybody have the original clip? But essentially, the way I remember it, they're in a car together, and I guess they're talking about their relationship dynamic. And what I remember about the clip is that, like, she was like saying they both mutually, you know, help out in a relationship, and he was like totally unwilling to let her get an ounce of credit. He sounds like a. Does anyone have the clip? Or that's not with Pink. Sorry, that's with the other one. My bad. My bad. Sorry, that is my bad. I got Pink mixed up with the other. There are two women that have made allegations against him, right? But Pink was the rent one, right? Where he's making fun of her for not paying rent on street. Is that Pink? I don't see the difference between Tectone and Purple Parry. Parry's not fake in his raging narcissism. He's actually quite open about it. He's quite open about it. He does not. He will like. The difference is he will stab you in the front. And tell you he just stabbed you and he doesn't care. Tectone will stab you and then tell you that he actually was performing a life-saving medical procedure on you when he was stabbing you, right? Check inbox. Okay. All right, this was the clip with the wife.
How do I deal with them? I love him.
Sorry, what is her name again? Because we have Pink, which is the second one. What is this one's name again? And then the cope later, which wasn't his initial excuse, it came up, I think, a year down the line, if I remember correctly. All of a sudden, oh, this was just after I found out she was cheating on me. That's a very, like, relevant detail that's now conveniently only coming up when you're trying to defend yourself, like, after the fact.
Don't touch me.
I'm patient.
No, you're fucking not. You're like the most impatient, moody fucker I've ever met.
I'm patient when it comes to you.
Freem, I carry our marriage, and you know that. Freem, you know that.
See, the thing is, I don't know too much about their dynamic. I know that there's mutual bickering between couples, and sometimes the male and the female have these very strong personalities that clash in, like, verbal disputes where there's mutual emotional abuse going on. But based off of every clip I've seen, she seems, like, quiet and submissive. It doesn't really seem to be, like, a mutual thing, which I think makes this, like, worse.
I think we have a pretty 50-50 marriage.
You're high. You're high. You're kidding. On stream? Is this content? Or wait, you're kidding, Graham. You think so?
I think I help.
I'm not saying you don't help, but you think it's 50-50?
See, what an adult does, even if it's 35, or sorry, 25-75 or whatever the fuck, an adult easily makes that concession because it's going to make her feel good, and she is putting in effort, and just because circumstance means you're putting in more effort, right? It's not something that's, like, worth, like, I need all the credit, right? You can easily make the concession, hey, we both do a lot here. We both do a lot here. We both have our faults. But, like, an adult that actually cares about his partner is perfectly willing with, like, going along with her saying, oh, we both put in mutual effort because it's going to make her feel better and there's no cons to doing it, right? A child absolutely needs all the credit. He needs to be the important one. In this case, the child is a bald narcissist. And he's not willing to make such a simple, like, concession. Sometimes you don't need to argue on every point, especially when it is in regards to the people you love. You want them to feel good. You want them to feel good about themselves. Now, that's not saying do not be honest, but there's a way to be honest to somebody. If she's not pulling her weight in the relationship in a productive manner, you bring up specific examples to her. Like, hey, like the other day, I don't know, I feel like you could have like maybe helped a little more. To be fair, you make like a smaller concession so the defenses don't go up. Instead of this like just vague, you really think it's 50-50 in this fucking relationship?
Explain.
I mean, okay.
I would unironically say I'm probably one of the best husbands on planet Earth.
You're a very good husband.
No. I wouldn't say very good. I would say...
See, that's not even good enough for him. That's not even good enough for this fucking douchebag. How does anybody... Like, I don't understand how anyone is able to watch him and think this is cool. And it's like, oh, this was just like an off moment. Maybe if it was in isolation, I could say this guy's having a really fucking bad day and said some bad shit, and if he adequately apologized, I wouldn't care, right? But it's the fact that she's not really all that assertive or giving pushback, and he's still going in for like the digs, and she's making concessions where he could come out still looking good, right? I think you're a great husband. That's not enough for him. He has to be one of the best.
One of the best. I would say I'm goated with the fucking sauce.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, you carry in social aspects, I carry in the back-end tech stuff. And I feel like together, we make a good team.
No, here we go.
That's such an easy... You come out of that looking good, and she feels good. Why, like, a normal person is able to make a concession like that to somebody they love? And I know the hindsight cope is, oh, well, I just found out that day she was cheating on me. But how far after his first response did I just found out she was cheating on me, did he mention that or add that part to the story? Like, he adds unverifiable details to, like, make himself look better.
I know about marriage.
Okay.
Marriage, not tech stuff.
I mean, our marriage still includes our business relationship with me helping with your career.
And with how hard he's going at, like, I don't get that. She's not nagging him. She's not yelling at him. She's not getting all offended. She seems like a very, like, submissive person. I don't understand, like, why he still needs to, like, now start berating her even further. She's saying he's a great husband. That's not good enough for him. He needs to be one of the best.
Because that's a big part of our marriage.
No, but
the subathon is a big part of our marriage.
I'm saying take job out. Take jobs out. Sure, you help me with tech stuff for my career, sure. But marriage, dude, I am the conflict resolution god.
Yeah, you are.
100%.
No, 100% you are.
I am the greatest shoulder to cry on. I am the greatest consoler. I'm understanding everything. The romantic shit I do is crazy.
Yo, thank you so much, Junk Drawer, for the 5 first stone of the stream. Thank you so fucking much, Junk Drawer. You need to address the Wendy Fox situation. Why are you torturing him? If people keep coming, I said I wasn't going to talk about this earlier on stream. I'll say this briefly, okay, because you paid me to do it. If you were using cheats in my server, and you managed somehow to argue and talk your way out of it, which he did, you would think then you would stop using cheats, because you've just gotten away with it. Okay, move on, count your losses. This guy's still using fly hacks. I'm gonna ban him. Sorry. Sorry.
Like,
sorry, no sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry.
why are you giggling? Why are you laughing?
Just saying Techie likes the back end, huh?
Friend,
Oh, they're okay, Superman.
friend, you know beyond a shadow that I am an incredible husband.
She literally already said he's a great husband, and that's still not good enough for this fucking freak.
I never said that you weren't.
But you never said that I was.
Okay, you are an incredible husband.
I agree, and I am so understanding.
I know this is like my favorite word. I throw it around a lot. I use it more colloquially than formally, right? When we call someone a narcissist, we don't always literally mean someone that's like a diagnosable narcissistic personality disorder. I'm in no qualified position to do that. But holy fuck, if I was to like form an image of narcissism, like this guy checks off every single box.
Of all of your wants and needs, all of them, and how accommodating I've been is insane. Why are you not saying anything?
I'm saying, Yes, I agree.
And she's doing everything for like de-escalation, by the way. We don't even know how it escalated, but she's just not even fighting on it. She's just agreeing. This actually gives you pretty good insight into like the probably, you know, even if it was an off moment for him, the fact that he couldn't hold his tongue and was willing to like continuously berate her, allegedly out of anger, you know, is pretty telling. But you can tell how she's very submissive and eager to please in high-stress situations. Which, I've said this a million times, that makes everything 10 times worse. Not to say that this would be justified, but, like, at this point, you're just, like, bullying her. You're just, like, fucking bullying her. She's literally saying, you're a great ass. She's like, no, I'm the best.
Of course.
So for like marriages and emotions and understanding and communication.
And he's like an actual child. He behaves like a child.
I would say I do about 90% of that.
This is a very unintelligent, unserious person with an ego that far exceeds any talent, intelligence, or redeemable qualities that you can attribute to him. And it makes, like, he just sucks. He sucks on every single fucking level. I see right through him, dude. I see right through him. He forms an image of how he wants to be perceived, and then to fulfill his narcissistic fucking vision, and he'll like be so manipulative to obtain it. When he becomes sympathetic Tectone, the fake crying, which he's done multiple times, I'm taking a break, I don't know, maybe I'll be gone for a year, to get everyone worried about him, just for him to be uploading at like every single week, still on Twitter, still engaging. This guy is like, it's not even like he's a cool type of narcissist, man. He's just so fucking pathetic.
Yes?
Okay, there we go. Then the majority of marriage is communication.
Yes?
I'm just saying, dude, when it comes to emotions, dealing with our issues and fucking...
Okay, when it comes to emotions and dealing with our issues, yes, you
Let's
are
go
the
into
carrying, but I'm looking at a whole.
I think he really wants a reaction from her. That's what I think this is. I think he, for whatever reason, he wants her to get to his level.
Like, you help me out, I help you out. I give you your space, you give me my space. We mutually love each other. We mutually are happy with each other. We're still each other's best friends, I hope. Right?
Like, she communicates like an adult. She de-escalates. She makes sure that there's like mutual. But to be honest, and I'm, you know, it's easier for me to criticize from my streaming desk. She actually has every right to be more assertive here. She's every right to say like, hey, I just said you were great. What about that isn't like good enough for you? I feel like you're like angry about something and you're not overtly stating it, and I, you know, love to hear what that, you know, I think that by being as submissive as she is being, he just knows he can get away with this, and he does it further. And that's not me blaming her, by the way. People don't act perfectly in high stress situations or every single instance of interpersonal dialogue. I'm just saying, while simultaneously noting how she's like de-escalating and everything, I am saying she does have room here to be like way more assertive.
That's a lot of assuming happening right now.
Oh, shit.
It's a lot of assuming.
He's a giant bald fucking baby, dude. It's disgusting. I'm disgusted by this human being. I don't use that word very much. Disgusted. Not because of just this, like, I'm not disgusted by this clip. I'm disgusted by him as a person. Not even for any one thing, just the entire concept of Tectone disgusts me.
No, I would say you're a goated helper.
And then trying to mock her to get a reaction. She's good for not playing into it. Look, he's looking over. He's looking over to gauge her react. He wants her to lose it. He wants her to get mad. He wants her to get to his level. He wants her to hurt. You can literally see him in real time. This isn't just like an angry, like, you know, this isn't just like a brief moment of anger. This is like, I don't know how to describe it. This is like how narcissists behave in relationships.
I would say that you're a goated helper.
Okay.
He says it again. She doesn't react. This is like so telling that he wants her. If you truly love somebody, you don't want them to be sad. You don't want them to be upset. You don't want them to cry. You don't want to make them look bad because you love them. And everything about this exchange is saying he wants to make her mad. He wants her to crash out. He wants to make her emotional. And what he would probably do then is take that reaction and criticize her for it, which is something like narcissistic fucking babies like him love to do. They like to test you, invoke a reaction, and then use that reaction against you. And you can literally see he doesn't get the reaction the first time. He looks over, checks to see her expression, and then says it again.
I would say that you're a goated helper. No, I would say you're a goated helper.
So he says it to mock her, to get her to, you know, get angry. She doesn't react. Looks over to see if she's reacting.
I would say that you're a goated helper.
Says it again. Because he wants the This is like not anger. This is calculated attempts at emotionally hurting this person.
Okay.
But why are you being weird?
I'm not a goated wife.
Why are you... This is actually telling. Somebody said he wants to make her look crazy and emotional. He's now, with the non-reaction he has, he's trying to still do that anyway. He wasn't able to get the reaction he wants, so he's still going to try to be, why are you acting weird?
No, I'm talking about the specifics.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like, we talked about, like, I'm good at the communication guy, right?
Yes.
I'm the communication guy. But I feel like you as
And it's ironic because he's arguing that he's good at communication. He's actually arguing he's good at communication.
the helper is very good. Like, keep shit on track.
Yes.
Right, like a planner.
I try my best. I'm learning as I go.
Dude, she just, like, accepts it. She just, like, I actually, like, I feel so bad for her watching this clip. Because, I mean, maybe she's done so, I don't know her, like, history, but she seems genuinely, like, a very, like, sweet person. She does not deserve this. And he's, like, taking advantage of that submissiveness to, I would have to have more context to ascertain what his motives are here, besides propping himself up. But propping himself up isn't even good enough for him. He needs to tear her down. He's saying things with the express intent of causing an emotional reaction, making her emotional. It's abuse. It's emotional abuse. $10 from Kalora Vetla. At Tectone, let's be friends. Okay. I said to Wendy yesterday, get along with Noid and I'll consider unbanning you. So he's like, hey, no, with his, like, text-to-speech voice. Hey, Noid, let's be friends. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Yes, make her look bad, then show the internet how crazy she is. Reminds me of a lot of people, actually. Thank you, Cal, for the 10. Biggest dono of the fucking stream. We're nearly a quarter of the way to streamly goal. How about Nope with the pair? Thank you so much for the 3. GG's with the 5. Aiden, you seem to know a lot about narcissism. I was originally gonna get my bachelor's in psych, because it was originally, like, a passion of mine, but I didn't actually want to do it for work. I think narcissism is, like, fairly interesting. I don't even know, necessarily, like, I think it's a spectrum that I think everyone falls on to some extent. It's just, like, some, like, techie over here. I don't know, dude. It's not really complicated to figure out. Anyone who's had, like, basic interactions with these types of people understand how they operate.
Forward or left?
How do I deal
I'm not saying he has any, like, when I say narcissism, just to be clear, I'm talking about a specific, like, aspect of this person, like, personality. Not that he's, like, a diagnosable narcissist or whatever. Although, I would not be surprised if somebody came to me and said, yeah, Tectone's a diagnosed narcissist. But anyways, Pink, who I guess was, Pink was one of the people, okay, was Pink the Rent one, just to be clear? Was Pink the one who made the allegations where it's like, how could I make fun of you for not paying the, was that her? Got it. So he, based on what I've seen, he also treated her shitty. And then with what she's alleged against him, that he lied in response to, shitty might be an understatement there. But regardless, this is the clip.
I literally put myself between an active shooter and my ex-girlfriend while they had guns, and people still said I treated her like shit.
So, first of all, that is not what, that is completely irrelevant, okay? You could, this is like a horrible thing to say about, but like, you can treat somebody like, not a horrible thing to say, this, it's horrible to say on his end, because it's like, what the fuck does, even if I was to believe you and not think you're exaggerating, if not outright lying, which is something you have a habit of doing to make yourself look better, even if I was to grant you that, how does you treating her well in one case negate you treating her, you know, shitty in other instances? That's just not how that works. You could take somebody who's actually, like, verifiably domestically abusive. He beats his fucking wife. He treats her like shit. You know, calls her every name in the book. You could find moments where he's done good things for her, right? There's even like a, what, the honeymooning phase, where I'm not saying that's what's going on here, of course, but you could find people who we would all agree do treat their spouse like shit, and you can take isolated instances where they're actually, they would seem like a good spouse, right? They're keeping an image up or whatever it is, and with that be like, oh, how could you say he treats her like shit? He does this. And then he goes home and beats the fuck out of her. You can be a narcissist and not be good at it, right? Maybe, yes. Yeah. So there's like, it's debated as to whether or not this is like an actual, like, narcissism was like grouped into subtypes that are hotly debated. And you have one subtype where it's covert narcissism, where they'll kind of feign, it's like a narcissist, but they have like high insecurity, and they will kind of like, it's like the working theory that I've read from some psychologists is that a covert narcissist is essentially a failed malignant narcissist, where it's more subtle in how they go about it. They tend to not be very good at the whole narcissism thing, and they have like a lot of insecurities and other issues like depression, anxiety, etc. It's not as like readily apparent that they are a narcissist, but for him, it does slip through. You can see these examples where he is like slipping through and having these moments where he just looks like an outright narcissist. But other times, he is feigning the sympathetic guy that cares about others.
Guys, I go into the mall. I'm with Pink, Laurel, and Zizix. We walk in. We make some jokes.
By the way, the best way to catch someone like this on a lie, because a lot of times when he needs to control the narrative, he'll add in details that cannot be verified by any other party, because he's used to being able to talk his way out of everything. You can see this in the fact that despite being an open book when Shamu reached out to him, he completely disengaged when he realized Shamu did his homework and knew about specific examples. Like, the thing about Tectone is the best way to catch him is if he's telling a story or a detail that's a lie repeatedly, you'll be able to see the reoccurrence of his like telling of that and compare the details. And many times, this is somebody who probably lies quite a lot. It's hard to keep the lie consistent.
We say, maybe we'll go see a movie.
the only thing that was really playing was the Barbie movie, and I actually like men, so I don't want to watch that movie. We go see the boba place. We say, oh, should we get boba?
Yeah, I'm a strong man.
Me and Z are lactose intolerant. So we decide we don't want to do that. We get to the escalator, and as we are about to go down the escalator, all we hear is
Is this like... He's trying to tell a dramatic story, but dude, the fucking... Do they have like a switch on the gun or something? But him doing like the sound effects in his mouth over and over and over. Bro.
my brain.
It's like a dying like velociraptor. It's like a dying velociraptor, bro. And it's like an escapee for like a group home for like mentally challenged adults, dude.
My brain starts firing at 1,000 miles an hour. It's like time slows down, completely slows down. And I look around. Faces of shock and horror are now what's surrounding me. I then hear screams and cries of terror. I then peer to my right, and this wave of like 12, 13, 14 people.
Also, is there like, surely there would be like a news story about this where it's not just a robbery. They're actively shooting and it's fully automatic fire over and over and over again, according to, based on the sounds he was making. Sounds like somebody was using a switch or some shit. Surely this would like be in the news, right?
Sprinting for their lives.
This does not just happen in American malls. No. I'm pretty sure guns are not like discharged in the vast majority of instances of armed robbery. But especially not like, why would they be discharging like full auto?
I turn. Zizix, Pink,
It was in. Can you link me the article?
Lareau are where they're in the direction of where the shots are coming from. I immediately turn.
Link me the article.
I find an exit. I turn to them and I say, fucking run. Pink immediately sprints. She didn't know what was going on. She had no idea what was going on. She runs. This is the part that's really gonna fuck me up, because I didn't realize what was happening until I was running. I then put myself between where the bullets are coming from and where she's running, so that way if a bullet comes, it hits me first. Because if I were to...
Okay, Chronic. If this is the full clip... No, to be fair to him, that's actually pretty consistent with what he said in the previous clip. What you would then show is the evidence that it was a jewelry store robber on the floor below. You would, like, include that article. It's... Chronic. Theory of mind, buddy. Theory of mind. The people reading or watching this have not read or watched what you've watched. So I don't know why you would not, like, include the evidence debunking this claim. You just included a second claim where it took us, or second video, took us 3 minutes to get through, where the claim is actually relatively consistent with his first iteration of it. The Austin Police Department is searching for 3 people who were involved in an aggravated robbery at the Lakeline Mall last week. It happened at a jewelry store in the mall on August 30th between 7 p.m. and 7:15. According to the APD, the 3 suspects aggressively entered the store, threatened the employees with guns, and stole cash. They fired a few shots as they were leaving, but no one was... Okay, there's an inconsistency, just to be clear. Not that it's going to be a major inconsistency, but why is he, like, exaggerating and acting like it was full auto fire, like it was some kind of mass shooter? Like, still, it's gunshots, you fucking run, obviously. It's not gonna make a... That's such like a weird detail to lie about. Surely if, like, full auto fire happened, they had a switch or something, that would be mentioned. It wouldn't be a few shots. Also, how do you know it was on the floor below him? Did he say that in the clip? They arrested the shooters. 20-year-old... Okay. Do either of these mention anything about fully automatic fire? At the time that a shot had been made, had fired inside the food court and the mall went into lockdown. Okay, I don't really see... Besides, like, the whether it was semi-auto or full auto, that seems to be the only inconsistency in his story. So I don't really know what this tweet is, like, proving. He looks like, it's like a stupid point on his end. Hey, look, this unverifiable detail of me getting between her and the shooter happened, so how could I have ever treated her badly? Which is just, like, absurd to, like, anyone that understands, like, how bad spouses work. They can do good things. They can do nice things for you. That doesn't change the overwhelmingly negative treatment. Is this from the same... Wait, it might not be from the same incident, because it's 3 men here. Why is a female arrested? Was she the getaway driver? April 9th, 2025. September 7th. Wait, this is a separate incident, Chronic. Chronic, this is a separate... Dude, this is our clipper. We're fucked. Also, where is your evidence that he was on a different floor? Anyway. Forget it. Tectone has lied about many things, but it does not seem... Besides lying about fully... It seems like he lied about fully automatic gunfire. Tectone has lied about many things. I don't really know if there's a big lie this time. Forget it. You got clickbaited. Okay. For our next piece of info, Natty Foreskin is back. Natty Foreskin, who... For the longest time, it has been debated in my head, is this like the biggest, most irresponsible autist online that has somehow managed to have like 50 situations involving minors? Or is this like an intentional predator? I had somebody speak to Natty, somebody whose word at the time I trusted, who was very smart, and they'd come out of it saying, in their opinion, somebody who's very intelligent. I don't speak to them anymore. Obviously, this isn't going to add proof to anything. But I had them go in because they're good at this kind of shit. And I wanted to make sure I wasn't falsely smearing somebody. They said, in their opinion, pushing Natty on the details, etc., etc., it's their opinion that they are most likely some sort of predator. But at the time, they told me that they also are probably not going to reoffend. The problem with talking about Natty Foreskin is that there are 50,000 situations. So if you talk to them about any of these situations, Natty will obfuscate or be like, no, you're forgetting that my DMs with X person were actually in regards to person Y and regards to person Z in regards to the fifth situation, not the sixth. And it's like, okay, so how does one person manage to garner so many fucking allegations? Like, I don't understand. The things that Natty does admit to, Natty has admitted to, in a group chat of young minors, sending a photo of a dick being mutilated in a sewing machine. Now, the culture of that group chat was like posting edgy videos and stuff, apparently. And, you know, that in itself, despite being fucking horrible and something that, you know, is bad enough, that doesn't necessarily prove that Natty's a predator. It could just be that Natty is like an autist that has zero responsibility for their engagement with minors. But there are other situations that have genuinely made me question, genuinely made me lean towards the notion that Natty Foreskin is some sort of predator. I don't know. But what I do remember is that in one of my old debates with Natty, this is my first time talking to Parlo. Parlo came along, I think in two different instances, and was like Natty's #1 defender. Apparently, Parlo's come out saying that Natty groomed him. And I gotta be honest. I believe him. I believe him. Does that mean that it definitely happened? No. But in my opinion, with my knowledge and prior engagement with Natty, my analysis of what Parlo was doing at that point in time, etc., I think it is very much possible that Natty was grooming him. Censored pic of her ass, because I'm not about to send revenge porn. Sent a nude video of herself to a 17-year-old she knew the age of while she is 25. This was only last month. This is disgusting. Listen, I'm not attacking Natty once again for obviously, you know, I know some of you, I have a Chud Logic layover audience. I know some of you are a bit transphobic. I have no gripes with the transgender community, once again. But a criticism that I have to make is if you're like, I don't know what it is about trans women and picking names, but like, why can't you pick, like, you have the opportunity to completely reinvent your identity. You could pick any name you want. Any name you want. And they're picking shit like Natty Foreskin, okay? What is going on? There was Natty Foreskin was dating an on-again, off-again acquaintance of mine who I had debated on stream at one point, who accused me of engaging in toxic masculinity, and I'm quoting this, accused me of wanting to behead black babies. This individual, they changed their name to Juniper Asquith Debonair. It's Asquith, but like, we said Juniper Asquith Debonair. Pick normal names, people. What's going on? But I do want to see, we'll check out a video at the end about catching us up on the Natty allegations. But there's someone else I need to cover briefly, okay? And I have an ethical dilemma when covering this person, okay? People say, don't feign concern. You clearly don't care. I do care about the mentally unwell, okay? I don't like to just, like, straight up cover people who, like, somebody linked me a lolcow once, and it was literally a guy with paranoid schizophrenia who was accusing his neighbors of poisoning him. That's not a lolcow. That is a schizophrenic that needs treatment. I personally don't find anything funny or, like, worth covering about that. But there is somebody I've known for quite a long time. He's, like, hung around on different Discord servers, an individual by the name of Peter. Peter was the nicest kid ever. He's a little bit slow, but he's nice. He's good at heart. But he's always been highly influential or easily influenced. And I guess wanting to fit in. So I guess he wanted to fit in to like the streaming game. So he decided to become a streamer. And we covered this briefly, where essentially Peter like got in an Uber and was like shoving the camera in the driver's face, and he was doing a carpool and was like shoving the camera in the other riders, and they almost kicked him out midstream. Somebody like this who doesn't have that social awareness should not be streaming. And they shouldn't be online, because what happened after I covered that was Peter decided to leak his name, license, something he's done before, by the way, credit card information, social security info, his social security number to anyone and everyone online he could get in touch with. If he couldn't find someone on Discord, one of these people, junk drawer, he tracked him down on Insta and fucking, DM'd him his social security number on Insta. And then I messaged Peter to essentially ask him, why? Why are you doing this? And essentially, when he was 15 years old, some guy sent him the nudes of another 15-year-old, and because Peter, once again, is a bit slow, he made fun of it on a video, on like a reaction commentary type video. He made fun of this person, and when he was also 15, they were both 15. So people like call him a pedo over this. He's obviously not. He's a guy that needs help and shouldn't be online. To the point where Peter called the police on himself and insisted that the officer arrest him. The officer refused and told him to get mental help. And what else is there to this story before we get into this? And apparently, I asked him, why did you leak your social security number? And he said that it's a good punishment and consequence for him being a pedo. And then I said, but you're not one. And he's like, yeah, but other people were calling me that. So I'm like self-destructive behavior to, I guess, elicit a reaction from others or be like, look at what you're doing to me. But somebody made a video on Peter about what he's been up to recently, and I do want to check it out. I don't preface this for a lot of the things I make. It's public. It's always going to be public. It's on the internet forever, so I might as well take a look at it. But wait, did I watch this yet? Okay. But I ask, once again, that you do not send hate to Peter specifically, okay? You do not, if any of you go into his live chats, and once again, this doesn't mean go into his chats and be super nice to him and encourage him. Don't do that either. Just don't engage. If I see you doing that, you'll just be banned from everything. But we're gonna cover those.
Is asking me to ask you for like a blowy. Like I'm not.
Because he has a chat that encourages this.
Don't be making false accusations.
And it's this like echo chamber where he's goaded into doing like more shit that makes him like a public nuisance.
Yeah, I don't appreciate false accusations. When I see you dying.
Wait, he got arrested, bro?
Okay, like when I see you, you are gone for life.
If he doesn't, I said this to him, and this is the sad reality. If he doesn't stop, he's gonna be the next Daniel Larson. And in cases where it's like the Daniel Larson types, I don't understand why nobody can intervene and like get him under some sort of conservatorship and take away his internet access. This is somebody who's unable to care for himself. His parents are immigrants that don't speak English, to be fair. They don't fully know what he's doing or what he's up to. But please, like, this guy needs to be like under someone else's control.
live streaming locale, Peter Pizza Pie will just not stop his crazy antics. I made my first video on him a couple weeks ago, and I kept teasing a part 2, but then he started doing some crazy shit, and I didn't know if I really wanted to share that. But I finally come to the conclusion that if I don't cover this, then someone else is going to come by and cover this a lot more maliciously than I do. But before we get into that, subscribe to my channel, like the video, and go throw something in the comment section. It'd be very appreciated. There's a couple different places I can start this video, but I think I'll start with the immediate aftermath of my first video on him. Within like 2 hours, he was in the comment section calling the full video slander. But then he says that he hasn't watched the full video and that he'll go watch it later, but it looks like slander to him just skimming through it. He also left my Discord and banned me from his Discord the second this happened. I was a little confused because he was going around asking people to make comments.
So they didn't take care of him. This is gonna sound like unhinged out of context. I was considering trying to get in contact with his relatives to let them know that he's online giving out his social security info. I had with good intentions, to be clear, right? I think that somebody in his life needs to know and do something about it, because I think he puts himself at risk.
Videos on him, and
I think I tried to convince him to talk to his parents, and I said I'd even like articulate for you if you needed me to.
then I made a commentary video on him and he got super pressed. But then like 2 hours later, he came back around and DM'd me on Discord saying he should have watched the entire video and these are really just my thoughts on the channel. So he went ahead and rejoined my Discord, and that's when everything hit the fan. I'm like 90% sure he saw his Wildstar tweet before he rejoined because he was pissed. The tweet reads, "We love small commentary," and the image is 2 messages from my Discord. The 2 messages are one from me saying, "Everyone do not question P General 3 and P General 3," and the second.
And Peter, that offer is still available, to be clear. Okay? If you're like scared for some reason to tell your parents about what's going on, or you need, I will talk to your parents.
One is from Junk Drawer saying, "Everyone, Peter's potentially a pedophile, so we are locking him away in his own version of General."
Junk drawer? Oh, come on. Dude, Junk, what is... Junk, call in, buddy. Call in. Who actually believes this guy's a fucking pedophile? He wasn't supposed to see this. It was a joke. Oh, if he wasn't supposed to see it, then that's different. It's in regulars chat. Okay, I'll cut you some slack. You're making a joke about him that you don't expect him to see. He did see it and then crashed out.
P General 3. I teased him last video, but I guess I have to go over the Peter allegations right now. So the basic gist of it is that when he was 16, one of his friends sent him nudes of another girl that's also 16, and he made a leafy type commentary video about them. That's really all the information we have about him. He did admit to all of it, so it did happen, but this does not make him a pedophile. This is a very disgusting thing he did.
No, he's just somebody that, you know how your parents tell you if everyone else was jumping off a bridge, would you do it? Or if somebody told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it? He's like he's like the reason that phrase exists, because he would say yes. He would say yes. I remember back in the day in like the Benji server, the Cyrus server, like he saw everyone, like this was when everyone was like listening to XXXTentacion, like fucking 15, 14-year-old like emos smoking weed or whatever the fuck, and he was like trying to play into that LARP and like get a hold of drugs to just like be in with the cool guys.
And it does classify as revenge porn, but they were both 16 and I'd be very hard pressed to call him a pedophile. When people heard allegations, they weren't too happy and didn't really want him to be around everybody else in the Discord, so we made a duplicate general called P General 3. It was pretty much just general with only handpicked people in it. He also lost the ability to see any other channel because people were super worried about this. I kind of fucked up how I did that because when he left the Discord and then rejoined, everything reset. So now he has the full access to the Discord like everybody else and he can do whatever he wants in there. But for whatever reason, he decided just to go back into P General 3, in which a shout out that helped me a lot. But that P General 3 conversation
Yo, thank you so much. G's with the 2. Aiden, where are your spooky month decorations? When is Halloween? Or it's already the 19th, man. Fuck, I'm losing track of time. Maybe I will put up some decorations for myself. Just for myself alone. Thank you, 3 Thul Benzene with the $2 fucking dollars. Dude, when Peter did that, I thought he got... No, he has a history of doing this. And in the past, I can't believe I have to say this. I would have been relieved if he just leaked his credit card info, because he's done this in the past. And like, yeah, like you can like, people might spend it on shit and you might like have to pay the money back. I don't know the logistics of that, but you can get a new card, right? The problem with your social security info is it is insanely difficult to do anything to get that changed or resolved. I don't know, like, he's somebody that probably shouldn't even know his own social security info with his history online. Like, if your social security info gets out there, like, it's actually kind of stupid how it works, to be honest. Like, social securities are great. We love FDR. But there needs to be, like, I don't know, we need to get to, like, a point where it's like a retinal scan. Your but then all the conservatives would be like, Klaus Schwab is tracking us. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to just like your whole life is tied to this number. And if the number gets out there, it's a complete logistics nightmare to resolve.
Didn't go over too well. He kept flip-flopping between if he is a pedophile and if he's not a pedophile, and that he doesn't care if you call him a pedophile, and it was just bamboozling to look at. Some people are making the point that morally he's not a pedophile, but legally it's up in the air. The legal argument doesn't
No, it's legally it's not up in the air. An officer literally showed up and would not take him into custody.
make too much sense because he already called the police on himself, told them everything that he did, and they just did not care really. He did all this on a live stream, so there's a video of him calling the police on himself and the police showing up. Remember in the beginning of this video?
If anything, if he did ever go to trial for this, which he wouldn't, to be clear, what would happen is he'd probably like be put into some form of mental health treatment. This is somebody that unironically is not responsible for his own actions. He's like at that point where like he is like so impaired that he is not responsible for the things he does.
When I was saying Peter was calling my videos slander before even watching the full thing, I'm very
$2 from Kalora Vetla. FDR did that, by the way. I know I said we love you, FDR. I don't think he necessarily could predict the changing world and like data leaks and the leaks of these numbers, etc. But in theory, Social Security is a great concept. We love Social Security. We love FDR, the people's president, okay? Besides Japanese internment, we don't like that. Japanese internment, but everything else, one of the best presidents to ever do it.
certain he just watched the last clip of the intro and thought the full video was about the allegations. Because that clip is very funny, but it's also pulled from the time he called the cops on himself. So
we need to, people talk, reopen the asylums. No, you don't need to reopen the asylums. It needs to get to a point where you should be able to be hospitalized or put into a treatment facility. Not just merely if you're actively going to kill yourself or somebody else, because that seems to be the criterion. If you are so mentally impaired that you cannot handle your own affairs, you should, through a system that is scrutinized by independent oversight, be able to be put into some sort of long-term care facility.
I at least watched that video and knew all about the allegations and just assumed my video was all about them, so he called it slander.
What happened? You called police? To get arrested. What?
But back to P General 3, it ended in the worst way possible. He started spamming slurs, and then he started spamming all his information. He was like, here's my email password, here's my social security number.
Yeah, he digitally self-harms. He's done this before. He likes humiliating himself sometimes. He gets, I think for him, when he does this, it's the same, it's probably a comparable feeling to what some people get when they cut themselves. It's like for him, it is like a form of self-harm.
Here's my credit card, here's everything. It was insane. He got kicked from the server, so then he started texting me individually, so I blocked him immediately. Then he started spamming everybody else affiliated to this drama. And then Spondale said he's going to spend Peter's last $40 on some Popeyes, in which that's what happens when you share all your information online.
Okay, it's not actually, that's a joke.
He was joking, but someone else probably did. Then he started spamming to everybody on Twitter. He made about 6 alt accounts. He spammed it on YouTube and his posts and everything. He made an alt YouTube account to start spamming it. It was everywhere. Even this dude called Chino got harassed with Peter's docs when Chino did absolutely nothing. He then deleted everything off his YouTube channel and went ghost for a couple days. I honestly think the best thing for Peter is that if he gets off the internet and never comes back, but obviously that didn't happen if I'm making a video on it, he came back with a live stream in which he addressed all the doxing allegations.
So you guys are waiting for an answer about what happened? I was hacked. Yeah.
Why did you get
I got hacked still. Someone released my private information. I was hacked. Totally hacked.
I can't tell if he's joking. I can't tell, because this is how he talks. I can't tell if it's a joke or some shit.
Yeah, I was hacked. Definitely did not dox myself.
This stream happened on September 1st, a couple days after I dropped my video on him, and then I just didn't hear about him for a couple weeks at all. He came back September 21st with a live stream at a Cardinals game.
Aren't all these people your buddies? No. Some of the names mentioned I actively exiled from my community. Well, actually, one of the names mentioned. Okay? We're doing a total spurgicide. Okay? I'm trying to clean up our image and progress this community and move it forward. Okay? Advance it. And unfortunately, that involves sacrifices. Sacrifices have to be made. People will be purged.
He has since gone live 8 more times, and he's wearing the same Spider-Man suit in every single stream. First, it came out that he's not wearing any shoes, which is kind of nasty with that suit, but then it came out that he's not wearing anything under it at all, so he's just straight up freeballing it in that Spider-Man suit. It also just gets grimier and grimier every live stream, so I don't think he's washed it once. That shit has to be so disgusting, it probably smells like death every time he walks into a room. He's worn a flannel over it, he's worn a couple jerseys over it, so he has other clothes, but he just refuses to wear them. Oh, in case you couldn't tell, we're kind of past all the super serious, this is like a real discussion part of the video. Now we're more into a little more silly stuff he's done. He also just keeps going out in public and getting super fucking drunk. Just off memory, I can tell you in the last 7 streams, he has gotten extremely drunk in 4 of them.
I don't know why people would want to get okay, people are gonna say, didn't you get super drunk on stream, Aiden? I've drank on stream, but I've done it to a point where I could actually have like self-control. I've never, obviously I'm speaking like Peter's somebody that thinks rationally, he doesn't, but Peter's not the only one. I don't know why anyone would ever want to like lose control in front of a camera. I did not get wasted. I was not fucking wasted.
Today's stream, he got so drunk that other people, not even workers, were telling him that he needs to leave because he was just so blasted. It's honestly just super sad to see. I have a lot of clips I want to show right now, but I don't know how to tie them together, so I'm just going to start by talking about his IRL St. Louis stream. He started off the stream by getting kicked out of the mall almost immediately.
Excuse me. Huh? Oh, I'm a live streamer.
Yeah, you can't be doing that here. You can't be having horrible time. You can't be live streaming. You can't be doing none of that here.
People live stream in the mall.
You can't do that here.
People live stream in the mall.
No, they don't. We don't
Yes,
allow
they do.
people to do. That's against our rules.
I've done here.
And it's like the secondhand embarrassment, dude. He like argues with the Uber driver, where the Uber driver's like, hey, I don't want like he's like, say hi everybody. Like, I wouldn't IRL stream because I'd have like anxiety about like putting people on camera that don't want to be there, etc. He like flips the camera on the Uber driver who says he doesn't want to be filmed. And then he's like, oh, but it's just a live stream, man. It's just a stream. As if like the driver is going to sit there and be like, oh, okay, I guess you can actually film me if it's live. Right? And then he keeps saying that to the driver, and then he couldn't take a hint because then there's the passenger, and he keeps putting the camera on the passenger. I don't even talk on the phone when I'm in a cab or like an Uber, because I understand someone else is with me. They don't want to hear my conversation secondhand. And it's like just sitting there like talking at full volume to a stream while you're in someone else's car is like a stranger's. It's just like crazy work. By the way, if you feel the need to talk on speakerphone on public transit or play music on speakerphone on public transit, I want you to personally know you are everything that is wrong with society.
Before.
Yeah, well, you can't do it here. We don't have to. You don't
Not Peter. We love Peter. Okay, we hope he gets help. But I was on the train in Italy. This guy was like screaming at his wife in Arabic on speakerphone. It was like, what the fuck are you? And then the guy comes around to get tickets, and he doesn't have a ticket, and he pretends like he doesn't know any English or Italian, so he just like sits there like pretending to be like confused or whatever, and it like is this awkwardly long conversation, and then there's this other group of people. They talk like they're Americans, but I think they were also Arabic or Arab or something, because then they try to translate for the guy, and then he's asking, you know, is my immigration status going to be threatened over this when the fucking, what's his face? The conductor walks away.
Well, bruh, this is messed up, y'all. Like, people have live streamed in the mall.
And it's like, no, you just have to pay $6, because in Italy, the original fare was like, what, $11? But if you're caught, not, like they say, it's a fine, right? So you actually would then have to pay $60 if they catch you on the train without a ticket. Just mind your... Okay, the mind your own business thing doesn't work when you are creating a public scene, okay? You, by yelling at someone on the phone on speaker, having this loud convo with the fucking conductor, the fact that there are multiple people on the train and you're the only one I can hear, it is my business now. It's my business too now. And I will engage with it as I please.
I'm telling you, you can't be down here doing this. And you need to leave property and dispose of that sign.
Y'all. So, where does it say like that is illegal?
It literally says it on our rules, which are...
Where's the rules?
Of course.
It doesn't... He doesn't understand how private property works either, dude.
The one entrance you go to, they're not here. But there are rules that you agree to by entering this building.
Can you show me the rules, where the rules are, please? I want to see the rules.
Sir, this is not the time to argue.
No, I'm not arguing. I just want to see the rules.
Right now. You're standing
I want to see proof. I want to see proof.
Like, pardon me, I don't know if he even knows what he's doing.
I'm exiting right now, but I still want to see the proof.
He's giving this like subtle little smile.
I want to see the proof.
Come back in the mall and
Show me the proof. Dude.
He's in the mall, like filming himself and people and holding up a sign.
Dude really kicked me out the mall. Like, there should be nothing.
rules you asked for. I just need you to stay right here.
Can you show me the rules?
I'm getting the rules.
Okay, thank you.
Stay right here, but do not come in the mall.
Thank you. I want to see the rules. Bruh, someone live streamed at this mall before. Bro, like, that's so messed up. People live stream at the mall.
He then went on a whole rant about how being a streamer is now illegal.
Like, when did live streaming become illegal? Views are dropping, okay? Like, but yeah, like, when did live streaming become illegal, y'all?
Then he went to Best Buy, and wouldn't you know it, he got kicked out of Best Buy as well.
Oh, but you're Peter. I know, right? I am Peter. I'm Peter, though.
You know what today, sir?
Oh, I'm a streamer.
So unfortunately, we can't stream inside the building because it is technically private property, not public space.
Oh.
So yes, sir.
People don't like. Okay, it is legal to record in public. He's not in public though. He's on private property. So the rules in filming are set as they please, right? But you should, if you're like a streamer that's streaming in real life, you should have like basic courtesy for the people around you. Okay? This like, it seems to me like a lot of the people that stream IRL have just like absolutely no regard for the people around them, whether or not they're being like a public nuisance. Like, regular social norms should apply, and just because you're streaming, those social norms don't suddenly like disappear.
Oh, I've seen others live stream at a Best
So
Buy.
unfortunately, we can't live stream inside the building. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
You can live stream outside if you want to. We just can't live stream inside the building.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
So even though other people have live streamed
That is
at other
correct.
Best Buys.
Yes, unless you have a permit to actually be in here to stream.
By the way, guys, we're already over a quarter of the way to Streamly goal. If you want to support us, make sure to like. Liking helps. There's 150 watching, much better numbers than last stream. Get those likes up, okay? 37 likes, 150 watching. Get your exercise in for the day, lard ass. Also, another great way to support us, donate through super chats, send a funny message, and Streamlabs, link down below. Also, join our Discord.
We have to, unfortunately, have you stream outside.
Oh, what about others that have live streamed but with no
That
permit?
doesn't count for us with our establishment unless you have any kind of permit through written documentation to allow you to be here. We unfortunately can't let you stream in our building just due to privacy reasons with our customers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, the few people that make up his audience, what is the audience there for? Their own entertainment. And if that entertainment comes in the form of you getting, like, making a fool out of yourself and, like, getting into, like, embarrassing public situations, they're going to encourage that because they're behind a screen. They have no vested interest in your own well-being. And it's going to become this, like, you know, echo chamber where you just keep getting, like, encouraged to do more and more extreme stuff for the amusement of the guy that's watching and typing in your chat that has absolutely no regard for you.
But even though other streamers have streamed
That
at a
is
Best Buy.
unfortunately correct. I mean, it's like following lemons. Don't follow a bad crowd and you get part of that bad crowd. I get you are trying to do stuff for your service or through your YouTube or Twitch channel, but unfortunately with us, we can't stream inside of our building.
Oh, but other buildings allow that.
Outside we can, but if they allowed to, it might have been talking to higher management.
He needs to understand how private property works.
Never talked to managers.
They should have, because it technically is going against our store policy.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Single.
Then he decides, you know, I'm a little hungry. I've been going around to a couple different places. What if I go to Hooters? And you're never gonna guess what happens in there.
Where's my drink?
You can't stream in here.
Oh, I can't stream in here?
You either gotta turn it off or you gotta.
Okay. Can I get a wing?
If you wanna place an order, you gotta turn your.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so we're gonna go somewhere else. I did want to order some wings, but they don't feel comfortable with me streaming here. So I'm gonna go. And I did want to stream getting wings, but they didn't want to stream here, so it's cool.
Like, of course he got kicked out of Hooters, but just the idea of being kicked out of Hooters is like the funniest shit ever.
Who goes to eat at Hooters, by the way? Not saying Peter just, once again, I'm making generalizations. This is not about Peter. I doubt this is his reason. But I feel like the only people that go to Hooters, unironically, like, you must be like some sort of fucking perv. Like, so yeah, some old guy that wants to leer at, like, the fucking leer at women's breasts. The food is mid as fuck. The atmosphere is uncomfortable. Why are you going to a Hooters?
I don't think
It's decent food and it's cheap. Ever heard of, like, a fucking diner? Ever heard of, like, come on, man.
Anybody with a straight face can say, oh, I got kicked out of Hooters. Because first you have to admit that you went to Hooters, in which you're a fucking loser, and then you have to admit you got kicked out somehow. If I heard someone got kicked out of Hooters, my first thought would be he had to have been sexually harassing those poor waitresses. But no, he got kicked out for live streaming, which is at least a funny reason. But it just looks like Peter was down on his luck today, so he decided to go to the bar next door. He got super drunk, and it was extremely hard to watch.
Yeah, dude, I just want to go to this place with like frozen food that's like mass produced because it's a fucking chain restaurant. There's no soul in it. It's greasy. The menu is like sticky and covered in thumbprints. It's loud, okay? It's just like loud. There's gum under the table, and I'm getting annoyed by a bunch of women with big breasts. Yeah, dude, that sounds like a great time.
Dancing, slurring his words, and telling the waiters some
Go to a fucking diner.
weird ass things.
I'm gonna ask. My chat is asking me to ask you for like a blowy.
No, that's not cool.
Ask for a what? Huh? What? He asked for a what? Wait. Excuse me?
And telling the waiters some weird ass things.
I'm gonna ask. My chat is asking me to ask you for like a blowy.
I want you to know that, once again, what did I say about the type of people that are going to watch him? Because the entertainment value he provides is his own humiliation. The chatters have no vested interest in his own well-being and are going to encourage this. I want to let you know, if you do this, if I hear about you doing this, you're banned from my chat. Just like for life, to be clear. But secondly, this guy, Speckle E, is a horrible fucking person.
No, that's not cool.
What's a blowy?
Google that one.
Okay. Oh, did they ID'd you? Big fat duppies, no. Big fat duppies. We did not get ID. We did not get ID.
And to finish talking about the IRL St. Louis stream, here's a couple clips of him just being a nuisance around town.
Time on the counter, Peter. Alright, hold up. Alright. So, don't get in trouble, lol. Hold up.
Why does Aiden moralize about engaging with the mentally ill while simultaneously giving him exactly the attention he wants? Because there's a difference between goading the mentally ill into engaging in activities that function as like social and emotional self-harm and analyzing public content that is going to stay public and give like criticisms that you believe are applicable, and if followed, this person would actually like be better off, right? So this video's up, it's going to stay up. Viewers, I'm not like a huge streamer, so the viewership on it is like not really gonna rise all that much. And if he does watch this, even if it's like a byproduct of attention that he gets anyway, he's gonna hear what I have to say, right? And I think what I have to say is important in this regard, and I've said this to him in private as well. But yeah, I like will moralize about you encouraging people to self-harm. Obviously, that's a bit different than me like covering someone. 5 from Cats A-Flockin'. Going to diners just like going to Hooters, but for the elderly? Okay, you must be from like some shithole then. When's the last time you talked to him? I spoke to him when he leaked his social security info.
Oh, what's up?
Aiden, have you seen Mindhunter? I have. I read like half the book though.
No, finally did it.
I've seen bits of Mindhunter, but I've read half the book. I actually have the book in my drawer.
Oh, did you think he was gonna say that? I'll do it, Peter. I just did it. I'll do it again. Subscribe to Peter Pizza Pie on YouTube. Do it, Peter. On YouTube. Peter, scream 6'7". 6'7". 6'7".
If this were in like California, by the way, he actually would just get away with like all of this, to be clear. If this were in nobody would pay him any fucking mind.
No response.
Peter also has a habit of just recording people around town. He'll ask them if they want to be on camera, and some of the times they'll say yes, but most of the time they'll say no.
Okay?
Yo! Thank you so fucking much. Navakva with the 3. The type of people that go to Hooters are mostly the type that want to oogle at women at a strip club, but don't want the negative social stigma of actually going to a strip club. Got it. So like creepy old men. Cool.
and he kind of just still shows them anyways. And sometimes when people don't answer, he automatically takes it as a yes and shows them on camera anyways. Like Peter, I'm not a lawyer, but if you ask someone for consent to do something and they don't answer, just take it as a no. This actually came to my attention because somebody that he saw in person came to my comment section on YouTube and said this is exactly what happened. And that's because he had like a wonky cardboard sign that says Peter Pizza Pie on YouTube and keeps yelling, I'm Peter Pizza Pie on YouTube. So people will search him up, and my video is one of the first results, so they just go to it. But she ended up joining my Discord and saying how she did not want to be on camera and how she's not a fan of what Peter did. She did end up saying that I can show the clip of him showing her, so here it is.
I'm gonna say this. This is like the one place like where like you can openly be yourself and no one really cares. You guys want to say hi to the stream? Hold on, I gotta show. It's a fire outfit. She's got the goose. And you should stay mute for your character.
He's done this before with the Uber driver. He says, "Do you want to say hi to the stream?" And then before he gets a response, shows him anyway.
Oh, you should stay mute. That would be really funny.
Also, you have to be a total fucking loser to be modding for this guy and encouraging this. Like an actual fucking loser.
Mute, okay? Like, I want you to be in character. Okay, just don't talk, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know the character.
Yes, Seth, this is that guy.
But, yeah. But that would be cool to be in character, like being a mute.
This doesn't seem like he's been arrested. He's called the police on himself. He turns himself into a social. He's so like into a, you know, social pariah and freak, publicly humiliating himself. It's been increasing, by the way. So if this continues, I don't know where he's gonna go with this, and quite frankly, I'm scared to find out. This is somebody that should not be online and should be getting some help. I think it is a big deal.
No offense, no offense. Bye.
Don't get me wrong, this is not being done maliciously at all from Peter, it's just extremely weird. Because if he had a little bit more charisma, people would probably be fine with it, but if you just look at him, he's in a nasty Spider-Man suit, holding a wonky sign, he looks homeless, and he's just spazzing out, showing people on camera, he looks insane. And he's not just pissing off just one person, he's pissing off a shit ton of people. The night after, he went to a rave, and you're never gonna guess what happened.
I don't know if he hears me. Hey, sir.
We talked about it?
No, I've told you, the people have no issue.
I have an issue.
Why?
There are people that came to me that had an issue.
Oh no, I'm not showing those people.
No, you're not here. You're not understanding.
Huh?
You're showing me right now. I don't want to be on it either.
No, you're not here. You're not here anymore. It's just me. It's just me.
You have to turn it off.
No, but it's not you. It's just the people that are.
This has been a reoccurring theme. People don't want to be on camera. He doesn't take no for an answer. Because he's not a bad person. He just doesn't get it. He genuinely doesn't understand.
Okay with it.
You don't know who is and who isn't okay.
No. The people that aren't okay with
People
it.
that are standing right next to them might not be okay with it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is and isn't okay with it.
No.
You and I talked about it, and I told you that we're not okay with it.
No, but they're okay with it.
This concert venue, this event space, is not okay with it.
No, but there's people okay with it. They're.
I am in charge of this room.
No.
I decide what we are and aren't okay with. We have
Chat.
decided that we have
Chill out,
allowed this for as long as we can. We've wanted to have fun with it. We let you do it for most of the night.
I am having fun.
But we
having fun.
It's like a Black Mirror, dude. It's like, it really is like a Black Mirror episode. I'm just watching this guy's like life spiral. Many such cases, but Peter's case is particularly sad to me because I don't think he's a bad person. Once again, I think he is somebody that is incredibly easily influenced, really wants fame, and doesn't really understand other people's feelings. So he doesn't understand. You know, he thinks that, like, oh, the issue is specifically that some people were uncomfortable being filming, not that, like, the guys in sin. He doesn't understand the implications, like, reading between the fine lines. We just don't want you filming in here.
But people came to me and said, can you please stop this guy from doing this?
No.
He's making us uncomfortable.
No, I'm not showing them on stream.
So now we have to ask you to leave.
They're not here on.
But we're not doing that anymore. We're not even talking about this anymore. You have to go home.
Okay, but they're not here at all.
It's time to go home.
You're making it an issue. I'm not creating
There's not an issue. The only issue is that it's time for you to leave.
I'm not creating an issue.
Can you take your wallet back, please?
I'm not creating an issue. I'm not creating an issue. Dude, I'm not creating an issue.
Can you take your wallet, please?
This video is insane because at the end he kind of just starts spazzing out. And this kind of just lines up with everything I was saying about him showing people without permission, and it's kind of just strange. But the next day in a YouTube post, he said that that's actually not the reason why he got kicked out. The post reads, if y'all wondering, 2 dudes had an issue with me asking them for Molly, and I was serious about wanting Molly, and they reported me for something that silly. No one else had an issue with me but them too. I had no intention of causing any issues. This might be like half true, because I can promise you he was causing issues. One dude even slapped Peter's phone out of his hand, he was so mad.
Hey, man, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out there. We got taking out a lot of people, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Bring them out. Man. Get away from me, man.
Also, yeah, this is the last place people want to be filmed, okay? You're like when you're getting drunk, you probably don't want to be on camera. You're like comfortable, you're in a different setting, you're how you probably are in like day-to-day life and your business life. Your inhibitions are, you know, now being lowered. You're loosening up. Nobody, like, people don't want to just like be like fucking filmed while they're like getting drunk.
Get the fuck away from me.
Hey, don't be an asshole.
What?
If you want to be an asshole, pick me up. Pick me up.
Dude, you're being weird, recording fucking people.
No.
Get out of my, dude, you gotta get out of here, man. Keep it moving, man.
Alright, so I already finished making the video. I was just putting some B-roll in so I can post the video tomorrow. And then a couple people joined my Discord, gave me a ton of new information, and now I have to re-record everything else in this video. It turns out he did get kicked out for asking a bunch
I didn't know Peter in person. I knew him. He used to hang around like Discord servers and like spheres of bigger YouTubers. That's how I know of Peter.
of people from Mali, and he refused to leave. Then the police got called and he got detained, and it looks like he went to a hospital after that.
His ass on the ground, bro. That's crazy, bro. Tase him.
It's just been getting like I said, everything I said, by the way, on the previous time I covered him was merely off of like 2 of these instances. It's now progressively getting more extreme because you have this echo chamber of a chat that is now only watching you to humiliate yourself in public and will keep encouraging that. And when all you think about and all you want to do is please chat and gain more viewership, he's gonna keep getting more extreme with his behavior.
Free my boy. Hey, bro. Spider-Man, no. Let him rescue Spider-Man. No. Spider-Man, no. Let this vigilante run free. No.
So as you can see, a couple people recorded him getting detained and posted it on Instagram, and he got really mad that he wasn't tagged in any of the posts. Then he really started making some ugly claims about the people who made the post with really no evidence. He claimed they're pedophiles, and he said he knows this for a fact because they told him this in a Discord VC. It doesn't seem believable at all, and it's pretty fucked up what Peter's doing. Peter then started skitzing on his Instagram stories by posting them a million times, calling them a pedophile over and over, and texting everyone that saw his story that these guys are pedophiles. Mind you, he has no proof for any of this. He's just throwing around that label because he doesn't like these people. And here's all the Instagram stories.
If you watch my Instagram story, you have to
Is he in the hospital, dude?
follow me, or you know what? Follow me on Instagram if you watch my story, or else I shout you out. I'm giving you a shout out, okay? Like,
Is he actively... Why have they not taken his phone?
you have to watch my Instagram story. Or you know what? I gotta file a lawsuit because you're stalking me. I'm gonna file a restraining order.
Peter's... Okay, his age doesn't... When you have somebody that's very clearly, like, cognitively delayed, his age is not really going to be super relevant. He's probably functioning at a level lower in many facets to, like, teenagers.
On you weirdos. Watch my Instagram story or you pay me money, you little bitch. Hey guys, Alden Villagic. Alden_Villagic.
Why have they not taken his phone yet, dude? What? It is, like, really, this situation is one that is, like, very... Because if it wasn't Peter, it's going to be someone else like him that's going to be doing, like, very self-destructive things online and not understanding the ramifications of what they're doing because they have issues that are not their fault, right? And it's like, why is there not like a higher force? I understand that the problem with that is it can be abused and people who are like totally cognitively functioning and have their First Amendment rights trampled. But if you are like engaging in essentially digital self-harm to this extent, like there needs to be a process to like revoke your access to the internet.
You are a coward for not wanting to fight me. You are a coward, okay? Everyone, go spam text Alden Villagic that he's a coward for not wanting to fight me.
Because I know they can't just take your phone, but they should be able to.
Now I've talked about his stream the day afterwards on Friday, and with the added context, it makes it so much worse. Mind you, one of the guys who posted the video with him getting detained is Alden Villagic. He's also the guy that Peter's been making all the false rumors about.
Chat. Anyone that's here right now, I want to give a big fat shout out to Alden Villagic, or Alden Villagic, or like, I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's Alden whatever. Alden, like.
Better yet, why is he not suspended on like these platforms? Like, I feel like if your existence on a given platform is to like get big off of like inconveniencing others in public, and Johnny Somali's way worse, just to be clear, but this goes for your Johnny Somali types. This is like, if the viewership, if like the incentive to garner viewership on that platform is going to be built around becoming more of an increasingly ever increasing public annoyance. I don't understand like why we haven't why platforms have not understood like that there are people that are this hungry for fame that they're going to be like being public nuisances on their sites, and they can't like step in and ban them.
Like, Alden, you are, like, when I see you, Alden, look, Alden, hello. Yeah, I don't know what the festival is, but Alden, whenever I see you, that's you, or like, whenever I see you, that's you, Alden, that is so you, Alden. I'm gonna actually kill, when I see you, you're dying, okay? Like, when I see you, you are gone for life, Alden. You're gone for life.
The first time I talked about this, I didn't really know what this was, and I had no clue what he was talking about. But now with the added context.
By the way, folks, if you're enjoying stream, like the fuck up. Like up. 100. We need a active audience, an engaged audience. So get engaged. Wake up. Snort your Coke. Drink your coffee. Like up. And also, you could support us. We're over a quarter of the way to Streamly goal. You can support us by donating through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff.
That this is all about him not getting tagged in a post.
You will engage, you will live in the pod and engage with the live stream, and you will like it.
This is absurd. He's literally threatening to murder somebody and slandering them as a pedophile because he didn't get tagged in an Instagram post. I feel like I'm saying Instagram post a lot, but I really have to hammer it in how insane this is. Peter has to get off the internet. He is deeply unwell and he's going to keep spiraling until something eventually happens. I don't know what that something is, but with the rate he's been going at, it might be something dangerous. I made a video on him about 45 days ago going over how, oh, this guy's bad at streaming. This guy kind of sucks at streaming. And now I'm making a video on him about pedophile allegations and him threatening to murder people. It makes me quite upset to think about all this, and I know this video is probably not going to make him happy, but I feel like this all needs to be documented. I can go on.
You have to, this is going to sound bad, but you have to stop treating him like a normal person and addressing his behavior as though he's a normal person that's like consciously able to like reason and understand like the implications of what it is he's doing, because he's not a normal person, and he is somebody that is so impacted that he at this point his like ability to understand right and wrong is heavily impeded, and like a lot of people, like there are people that unironically are like criticizing him for the 15-year-old nude shit when he was 15 because someone told him to do it, and this is like somebody that's very unwell and easily influenced, and it's like, I mean, if you like are treating this like it's some normal guy that's like consciously, you know, deciding to do these things, understanding their ramifications, implications, with knowledge of right and wrong, you're just like looking at this at the wrong angle. This is like a Daniel Larson type figure minus the pedo shit, that is like very unwell, and like his existence online is essentially prolonged self-harm that is going to be encouraged by people for their own self-amusement.
Hours about how threatening to murder people and making up false pedo allegations.
Yo! $1 from Scallywag. Smiling face with sunglasses. Thank you so much, Scallywag. Much appreciated.
Are bad, but I think we just move on and talk about the rest of the live stream. But going back to the stream, people kept telling Peter he needs to leave because he's way too drunk, and it's for his own safety to leave.
I need to get my money and my stuff.
That would be a good idea. I think you should go home.
Why?
As true as we damn, there's nothing good to come of this, perhaps unless you have a humiliation kink. And I'm not going to get in the way of that, but I think you should go home. No, I don't care. I don't want to participate. Go home.
Alright, well, she's a fucking loser. She can't, like, tell that there is something... I mean, I guess, like, you'll get a... Like, you don't know him. You could just assume he has a speech impediment. But, like, you're just going at this the wrong way if you're trying to seriously engage with this guy, and just walk away.
Right.
What I will ask you to do, that's advice. My request is to leave right now.
Also, by the way, when it's in a confined private environment, you would then go to staff if you don't want him to do it anymore. But for people who don't, I agree. Like, there are situations you just don't want to be on camera. Okay? We should exercise courtesy with a camera or whatever. But the last thing you should do, if you don't want to be filmed, is go up to the person and talk about how much you don't want to be filmed, because then there's going to be a potentially notable interaction that will garner interest, and they're going to be able to continue to film you. So you arguing with them isn't really going to do anything in this instance. You should literally just walk away.
You're trying to protect me from God.
Yourself?
God.
Well, also,
He then ended the live stream after a second person told him he needed to go. And this is really all I gotta talk about for Peter. He's extremely mentally unwell and needs to get off the internet as soon as possible. He's not a pedophile, but he is a pretty bad alcoholic. He does not respect anyone's personal boundaries. And now he's becoming completely malicious because he's slandering people and threatening to kill them. So I guess the end of this video is gonna be me doing a call out for Peter to please.
I don't even think he's malicious. I think, like, I don't think this is like, this guy's like even thinking about what he's doing. He's not. It's an emotional lash out from somebody who's incredibly unwell. And I hope he gets the help he needs. And I hope that the next time I hear about him, it's not going to be from an even worse situation that he's going to be involved in. Because at the rate this is going, that's where it's going to get. When you understand the dynamic of how he engages with his small audience, how his small audience engages with him, etc., you understand this is just like this is just going to get worse.
Hi guys, I'm a pedo.
Okay, apparently he's just made he's made an Instagram story last night. We'll check this out.
Hi guys, I'm a pedo. I'm a pedo. I'm a pedo. I like little kids. I'm a pedo. I'm a pedo. I'm a pedo.
Okay, if you're taking this seriously, by the way, once again, you're just looking at this from the wrong angle. Yeah, I hope someone steps in and he gets the help he needs. Anyways, there is a drama that is apparently taking the internet by storm right now. A delivery driver drama. Apparently, it has the internet divided as to whether or not this person was in the wrong. Let's check this out. Viral DoorDash SA girl going viral. Okay, let's take a look at this.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open, their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes.
What?
Video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within...
Well, if you film... Okay, there are several things... First of all, I don't know why somebody... Maybe it is the case that this guy did want to expose himself to you. And if that's true, yeah, that's incredibly inappropriate. But, like, secondly, I mean, has anyone seen the video? Can somebody describe the video to me, what position he's in? This could have been a guy that got, like, fucking wasted and ordered food, and I guess he's just like passed out on the couch naked for some reason, not realizing his door is open. Maybe that's not even the person that ordered the food. Did they enter the house? He was passed out laying on his back. So this could just be a guy that is blackout drunk, and I agree, just to be clear, that like, sure, that's kind of gross to see. But, like, for your reaction to stand there and then, like, film that is absurd.
7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And
is that assault? Is that assault? I mean, I like saw a homeless crackhead walking around with his dick swinging out once. Like, was I sexually assaulted? I guess this is a more one-on-one environment, but if he's like literally passed out, it's probably just some fucking drunk. You just, like, leave the food, report it, and move on?
It's the only justice I'm getting, because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So what? So what? You're gonna take down my videos and give me strikes and just expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my job. My only...
You're not allowed to be... Well, if you're naked with the door open... If you're naked with the fucking door open, that's like a whole different story. Was the door actually wide open? Was it like slightly ajar and then she pushed it open?
way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted, and the police are doing nothing to help me. So
$5 from G's. People like her, the reason essay... Well, hold on. I don't want to jump... Appreciate the $5. I don't want to jump to anything hasty conclusions here.
let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No. I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he... You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired? Why are my videos...
Well, because your response was to actually film the guy naked, and it depends on, if someone saw the video, was he in plain view? Was like the couch off to the side and you'd have to peer from a certain angle to see it? And if he was sleeping, if he was like legitimately sleeping, right, you know, that kind of demonstrates that it might not have been intentional. It could have been intentional, he could have been faking it, or it could have just as likely been the case this guy was blackout drunk or on some kind of drugs. And he had passed out on his couch naked when the food came. This might not even be the guy that ordered the food. I don't know. He could have had a roommate.
...was getting taken down, and why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making...
Okay, the OG censored videos in inbox. Let me make sure that this is actually censored.
This is the truth. The truth. Truth.
Yeah, dude. Look, here it is, okay?
This is the truth.
Liar, pants on fire.
Huh?
This is the truth.
So, okay, it is the case where his couch is not, to be fair, he's like kind of in plain view. But like, it's also like, if you're going directly in front of the door, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if I can say he wanted to expose himself. This guy legitimately could be blackout drunk. I don't think this is like, I would not call this assault. It's like a weird, like, if I'm trying to put myself in her shoes, and as I do it, like, I honestly, I don't, is it bad of me to say that, like, I think this is like she's making like a bigger deal out of this than it is? Like, I mean, I don't know if this is intentional, because the couch is off to the side. He's apparently passed out. And he explicitly said, leave the food outside. Yes, if it was the case where he said, come to the door, and he shows up to the door and he's naked, he's clearly flashing her. But this might be some fucking drunk guy that didn't, like, close the door or something, and he's off to the side, so he doesn't think he's in plain view of the door.
Liar, pants on fire.
Like, you do have to look at the door. Yeah, if you're staring directly into the house, you wouldn't see him. You wouldn't see him. You'd just be leaving the food. Like, it is plausible, to be clear. It is plausible, but the details here don't necessarily indicate that he was intentionally trying to flash her. And if that's the case, it's like, I don't really know how I feel about you posting this person's nudes online, to be honest. Like, I think that's completely, like, if you're like, there's too much uncertainty here to be willing to go at it from that angle. She's every no. Yeah, but I don't really know if she's a right to then like film it, especially if he's sleeping, which is indicating this might not be intentional. This could be just some drunk that's passed out, right? And if that's the case, I don't really think she's right to go to the angle where she could see it and then film it while he's naked and post it. I think that that's brought things to a new level. And like, honestly, I think like doing that is actually like way worse than like incidentally, if it was an accident, accidentally seeing someone naked. Five from Will. Allegedly, she opened the door. It was cracked. Wait. According to who? Because then that makes it way worse. You know, I'm normally sympathetic to this kind of stuff. I know dudes like pull all sorts of weird shit to like either sexually expose themselves or do some sexual shit with women. But this is a case where it seems equally as plausible that some fucking idiot was drunk, ordered food late at night, then passed out in his drunken stupor, and the door was open, and like the details of this actually to me make that like seem more plausible than this was like an intentional act of exposing himself, right? Because he's positioned off to the side, where if you were looking at the door from the front, you wouldn't see him. He's sleeping, and the instructions explicitly stated to leave the food outside. She said she opened the cracked door. If you have a source on that, send it to me, because then that makes it way fucking worse.
Hey guys, so DoorDash. For anybody who's interested, I commented, but my comment's getting buried in my comment section. I reported this to DoorDash over 12 hours ago, and they're supposed to call me back, which is strange because I've reported a couple less serious incidents before, and they called me back within 1 to 2 hours for those reports. So I don't know what's going on there, but I didn't report this to the police last night because I wasn't sure of DoorDash's process for like SA, or if this was even reportable to the police in New York State because he was in his home. But after so many people told me to report it to the police, I did. And I called the non-emergency line, and they sent a police officer over to speak to me in person and watch the video that I have. And then he asked me to email it to him, and he asked me if I want to press charges, like what do I want to come from this? And I said, yeah, if there are charges to press, I would prefer that because I don't want this to happen to somebody else again. And he understood that, the police officer, and then he went back out to his car, and then he came back to me, and he told me, like, this is pretty much verbatim.
This is like, I'm sorry, you could say I'm this is something that you, like, feel weirdly about, but, like, there's no verification. It seems more than likely this was unintentional than intentional, just to be clear. And also, you know, I think that, like, this is one of those things where, like, if it wasn't intentional, which you have reason to potentially believe, then it's one of those things where it's like, okay, this is, like, fucking weird and funny as fuck. I think to consider yourself a victim of sexual assault here is a bit of a reach.
I mean, it's not verbatim, but, like, it's the point that he said. He said he's not sure if there are charges that can be pressed at this point because he was inside of his house, and specifically...
Also, do you see your driver's photo on DoorDash?
He said it's not like he came up to his door with it out or like his window with it out or whatever, but it's like, come on now. Like, how likely is it that it's cold outside? It's pretty chilly. Your ceiling fan is on. You got all your lights on in your house. You got your front door open, right? You just ordered DoorDash 15 minutes ago. And within 15 minutes of ordering DoorDash and it getting delivered to your front door, you're asleep on the couch with your pants and your underwear to your ankles, your front door wide open, your lights on, it's freezing outside. Like, come on now.
I mean, the more I think about it, is she is like a, you know, she's pretty, right? If he could see her photo, and this could be a perv, actually, to be fair. I don't know. If it was accidental, no, I think she took this to, like, an extreme fucking place where it didn't need to go. But I guess this could be. I'm like a little bit unsure.
That is voyeurism. That is exhibitionism. That was something against my own will that I was fulfilling for that man. Oh, and I forgot to say the police officer said he was going over to the residence of that DoorDash customer to speak to him and see what his side of the story is, what he has to say about what was going on with him. And then another major factor that we're not even considering is that man lives in a duplex. In that video, you'll see another door next to his. That's another apartment unit right next to his. That could be a family. Anybody could walk out. See, listen, if I wasn't the target, you still shouldn't be whacking it off, whether you're drunk or under the influence of any substances.
I don't have enough details here to be sure or unsure about anything. That's the problem. I am fence sitting on this one because I could see a possibility where this was a guy that got too drunk and this wasn't intentional, and I could see a possibility where this is a guy that like saw a photo of like a pretty young DoorDash driver and decided to like subtly expose himself to her while giving himself plausible deniability of like being asleep or something.
With your door wide open regardless, because anybody could walk out and get assaulted from that, seeing what you're doing on your couch. It could be a child.
You can't see the photo? You can? Okay, you can't?
Anybody could come up on your porch and see that. Anybody walking by on the sidewalk and accidentally getting a glance would be a victim.
To be clear, you'd have to get close to the front door and then look at it from an angle to see him. Just to be clear.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after I reported my sexual assault. Hey guys, I just lost my job.
Yo! Thank you so much for the 5, Jim. Can't even get drunk on a weekend and order DoorDash and pass out after... Okay. Good one, buddy. Will, thank you so much for the 5. We're halfway to Streamly Gold. You guys are based as fuck. Allegedly, she opened the door because it was cracked open. The video wasn't censored. He said leave at the door. I keep hearing that, but it seems like there's no... That's like a completely unsubstantiated claim. And we just fucking hit temp goal. Resetting temp goal. Thank you guys so much. Hold on, let me watch this.
And they won't tell me why. They're supposed to send an email immediately after deactivation providing you the reason why and a link to appeal. And they didn't. So I contacted support and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why. So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account. I was working! I was literally working! And they deactivated me! This is related. They just punished me for posting about my sexual assault while door dashing. They just fired me! And the police are doing nothing!
Okay, alright, man. Alright. Dude. It's like, if this guy's a perv that flashed you, that's fucked. But like, this is an absurd overreaction.
I lost my job! That was my only way to make money to pay my bills!
This is... Okay. This is a crazy overreaction. I'm sorry.
Hey guys, so yep, I really lost my job. Within less than 24...
Like, you knew when coming out about it and talking about the company and sharing a naked video of the customer and not letting them handle this, like, you knew you were risking account suspension. And if you didn't, then you're, like, really dumb. I'm sorry. I get that it's, like, emotional that you lost your job now, but there's no way, like, you understand, like, you publicly litigating this, before, like, an investigation has been launched, etc., is gonna lead to you being banned. Yo, 20 kroner from Sister Godiva. Not beating the hysterical woman allegations. You know, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what's going on here, man. I honestly don't know what's going on here. I'm missing so many fucking details. I feel like if this guy did do it intentionally, this wouldn't have been his first. You know, I would love to see if police launch an investigation and there's like a prior history of doing shit like this, you know, that's going to substantiate it further that it was intentional. But she's engaged in this in a complete, like, in a manner where she's doing more harm to herself than good. Like, you do understand that before companies, like, figured out whether this was intentional or not, is doing, like, an internal investigation, etc., like, you have to understand, you posting a naked video of that customer is probably going to lead to your suspension on the platform.
Hours after me submitting my appeal, they denied it. And in the email, they said, you can respond to the previous email that you received explaining the reason why you were deactivated. I never got the email. So last night, I contacted one support agent. We sat on the phone for 25 minutes, and then she transferred me to the community response team. The person on the community response team told me that was the highest team I could get to. There's literally nobody else she could transfer me to. I could hang up the phone and call back and then get transferred to the community response team again. So I sat on the phone with her for another 25, 30 minutes. And she told me that she couldn't tell me.
Well, yeah, it seems like the claim she opened the door, she's at fault, is unsubstantiated. She saw a naked guy. What to me, though, the question comes down to, was this intentional or not? Which obviously is hard to ascertain. But if it wasn't, then I think videoing him and posting him like that is highly inappropriate.
There's no way that they could tell me what the reason why I just lost my job.
I don't think she's like a liar. I think she believes it is this extreme, right? I agree with the chatter that said that. But at the same time, like, I am criticizing how she's engaging with this, and the naked video part for me just is not justified until we figure out more here. I'm sorry.
You guys, my account is currently at risk of being banned because I had to explain my story one time, right? They took the video down and gave my account a strike. So I explained my story again and censored the video that I have just so they can't take it down for the same reason. They took it down for the same reason again, and now my account has a second strike. Guess what? If I get one more strike, I'm banned from TikTok. So not only did I get assaulted—
You posted a naked fucking video
3 days ago on October 12th on Sunday.
You saw a naked guy. I mean, come on.
I then lost my job. The police are doing nothing. And if I get one more account strike on TikTok, my account's done. This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember? I'm the victim.
Holy fuck.
And they took down my video. They were going to have to pay me for my second story time because that was over a minute long. They were going to have to pay me for all those views I got.
Why are you still, like, I get it. If he did this intentionally, this is disturbing. Handle it with the place this needs to be handled. You're not getting anything out of posting this on social media. The people in your comments are just now here to mock you.
So no, they took that right down. They took that right down. Absolutely not. They're not paying me for that. Nope. Days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash videos down and giving me DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my third time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned. So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open, their lights were on, and they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes.
That's also what got you to lose your job. You could tell this story without repeatedly showing this video. Because if this was an accident on his end, yeah, you've just engaged in a completely disproportionate response that honestly kind of elevates you from victim to some kind of perpetrator. Like,
But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash.
$5 from G's. A naked person. Wait. Are you ready to? Are you ready to declare me correct? I told you she hates men. Everything that happens. I don't know if she. I'm not comfortable making an accusation that she hates men. She clearly believes she's being, put down by the patriarchy. I don't think like a disdain for the patriarchy and maybe even being a bit dramatic about it is equivalent to, being a misandrist.
And DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email. They didn't. So I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter and to...
Well, no, you didn't just... You exposed him. You exposed him. Like, in the sense, like, you literally exposed his penis. The other thing, too, is when I'm looking at the positioning of that couch, he might not have been able to see the outside of the... He might genuinely have been drunk enough because he couldn't see the outside from the couch. He must have thought you couldn't see him if you were standing outside. That could be the case, right? Especially if you're like drunk enough. And because he's off to the side, and to be fair, right, if you look at the door just from the front, you cannot see him. Either he wasn't thinking at all, or he didn't think he'd be seen. I don't know what the deal is here, but I don't necessarily know if this was intentional.
TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time, and this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. So what? You're gonna take down my videos and give me strikes and just expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my job, my only way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted, and...
Does this fall under the definition of assault? I feel like assault is doing some really heavy lifting here. I feel like, so typically with like flashing, it's like, I used to say like, I don't know if it's like seeing a naked person is like traumatizing, but if you have a flasher that's walking up to you and this guy's demonstrated himself to be unhinged and he's directly in front of you, and you don't know now if you're going to be raped or what's going to happen. So, like, the act, when I think of, like, exhibitionists that should be, like, sex offenders, when they're, like, if you're intentionally exhibiting your penis to women, you're an exhibitionist and should, be charged over that. But, like, the traumatic aspect is I feel like the fear to your immediate safety. When someone is walking up to you and, like, whipping their penis out or some shit. You now don't know what this person is going to do. So it's not merely seeing them naked that is the, like, traumatic part. It is the feeling of vulnerability, the feeling of your, like, safety being compromised. You have reasonable belief that, like, your physical safety could be threatened. This is different than one of those cases because it literally is a naked guy passed out on his couch. So I feel like even if not defending, if it was intentional, right, this guy should be charged over it, to be clear, just to be clear. But the level of, I don't know if the level of traumatization is really proportionate for what's actually occurred. If we saw more clear indicators that this was intentional, then I'd be fine with her reacting like this, right? Some fucking perv had you deliver while you were alone and had you, like, look at his fucking... Like, that's very uncomfortable. And if you want to make... I understand that even though for me personally, I would just find it funny. I understand being like a woman, the threat of sexual assault, the threat of rape is much more substantial, and the anxiety of, like, your physical safety being harmed is much more substantial. So something like that could be way more traumatic to a lone woman than it would be to me. But once again, I don't know, and I don't think she knows if this was intentional. which is then like, okay, then it's incredibly reckless to go get the side angle, film him, and like post his nudes online.
The police are doing nothing to help me. So let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No, I'm going to keep...
And if he wanted her to see him, why would he be off to the side like that where you'd actually have to look from an angle to be able to see him? And if you're just walking up to the front door, you wouldn't be able to see him because he's off to the side.
telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired? Why are my videos getting taken down and why am I getting strikes? Like, I'm about to lose my account. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking buddy? 3 days ago, hey guys, it's been a minute. A whole 24 hours, I know. But I have an update as of October 16th, 2025. But first and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for the overwhelming support and allyship that you've shown me. It's really making me feel so validated and seen and heard. And that's really helping me through this tough time. So I just
Nobody is showing you support on here, so I don't know. I guess no, the likes are showing support.
3 days ago, October 12th, 20... Hey guys, it's been a minute.
But it's like, if there is nobody showing her support, that doesn't make her any more correct or incorrect. It seems like there's a lot of misinformation about her and what she did, right? It seems like the claim that she opened the door herself is completely unsubstantiated and a misconception. But what it would do, if like the platform and sentiment was overwhelmingly negative towards you, would make it completely unproductive to continue posting about this, because you're just going to be like humiliating yourself.
A whole 24 hours, I know. But I have an update as of October 16th.
I don't think she necessarily saw an opportunity, like, while thinking that very well the guy might have done this on accident, and then she completely overreacted by filming it. I don't know if she's like malicious. That's the thing. I think she genuinely was distressed by it. She genuinely believes it was intentional, and she genuinely thinks her reaction and response is proportionate and genuinely views herself as a victim. I don't know if this is some like calculating evil person. $2 from Cats Flockin. No, she just confirmed she committed revenge porn. I don't know if that would fall under the legal definition, but
2025. But first and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for the overwhelming support and allyship that you've shown me. It's really making me feel so validated and seen and heard. And that's really helping me through this tough time. So I just want to let you guys know I really appreciate the outpouring of support. So the update is, last night I was made aware, a bunch of people started commenting on my pages that DoorDash made a public statement about me on their...
Revenge porn is more of a legal term, and I don't know if what she did, especially considering that this wasn't an environment where like the person would necessarily reasonably believe they were concealed or in private. Like, I don't know if this like really neatly fits into that legal definition.
Their TikTok story and on their most recent Instagram post in the comment section. And I'm not going to speak too much further on details.
Does anyone have a link to DoorDash's statement?
But what I am going to say is I and the entire rest of the world found out why I lost my job at the exact same time. I didn't find out before you guys. I'm just letting you know this right now. The people that saw their public statements and made me aware that they made those public statements knew why I lost my job before I did. Because I went and I checked my email once I was made aware that they made those public statements, and they sent me the deactivation email around the same time they released the public statements. Like, literally within the same...
Okay, I'll concede. This might actually fit the definition of revenge porn, based on the intent that she just verbalized. But that's the thing, right? Just like, that's why we do have to look at nuance here. It's not really going to neatly fit into, at least in terms of how I view it, your typical level of malice in the filming of revenge porn. If she genuinely believes she's like victimized, assaulted, and wants to humiliate the perpetrator, I feel like that's going to be like a little bit different. It's the same thing with like how possession of CP is a crime. Let's say there's like a 16-year-old that has a nude image of his 16-year-old girlfriend and then gets like implicated for possession of CP or whatever, even though he technically was in possession of CP, I think there's additional nuance there that makes him like slightly less culpable.
Hour. So they sent me my deactivation email explaining my reason for being deactivated a whole 24 hours after they deactivated me, and a whole 24 hours after I already submitted my appeal, and about 12 hours after they had already denied my appeal. They finally sent me the email explaining why they fired me. So I and the rest of the world, we all found out why I lost my job together. That's the update. Hey guys, it's been a minute.
DoorDash responded. We've seen some tough and sensitive posts over the past few days and we want to clear the air. No one should ever have to experience sexual assault, harassment, or abuse, and DoorDash never deactivates someone for reporting it. Full stop. We take these reports incredibly seriously and work close with law enforcement to investigate and support those affected. In this case, the Dasher let us know about an experience that made them feel unsafe, and that's exactly what we always want Dashers to do. Our team immediately began investigating and has been in direct... Yeah. So I think before they've even concluded anything, actually taking it upon yourself to go and post the video of it is a unjustified escalation, especially if we can't determine if this was a case of somebody intentionally being an exhibitionist or a passed out drunk. It's an escalation that could potentially cause, if it was an accident, significant harm to the party involved for what could very well be an accident. And if that's the case, like, it's just very irresponsible, reckless behavior that I believe the company is like in the right on like banning you for. However, posting a video of a customer in their home and disclosing their personal details publicly is a clear violation of our policies. This is the sole reason that this Dasher's account was deactivated, along with the customers, while we investigated. We've also ensured the Dasher has full access to their earnings. We know these are sensitive situations, and we want every Dasher to know if you ever feel unsafe, experience something concerning, come to us. We're here to listen, act, and support. Has the guy responded? If it did go to court, I feel like he could make a good case that it was not intentional, considering where the positioning of the couch was. If DoorDash is a platform where you can't even see what the driver looks like, you know, if he could see her face, then I may be like, because it's, you know, a younger one, whatever, like maybe I'd be more inclined to believe this could have potentially been an intentional act. But dude, I don't know. I honestly don't know. He can sue her and possibly DoorDash.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much for the 3. Guy whose name I can't read and whose message I can't read. You, sir, are the reason there is no text-to-speech on. But I appreciate the 3. All right, give me 2 seconds here, guys. I'll be right back, and then we're going to get into a case of undisputed sexual assault, and look into this. I'll be right back. All right, so apparently TwitchCon, by the way, like up, people, like up, dono up. If we hit gold this stream, I'll be super happy. We're over halfway there, super base. But essentially TwitchCon is happening this week. I was contemplating going, but then I realized I didn't really know anybody there. It'd be awkward. And I don't even stream on Twitch, but one of the streamers there, and you've seen this covered to death, so I'll make it as brief as possible. One of the streamers there, Emiru, and I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, did she also have a separate incident at the Santa Monica Pier? But essentially, while she's like doing some sort of fan meet and greet, this happens. Yeah, this is sexual assault, just to be clear.
Whoa.
Like, this is like traumatic. This much bigger guy than you, physically imposing, is forcing an intimate kiss and grabbing you, and it's unpredictable. He's already kissing you. You don't know what he's gonna do next, and this is like this can be like genuinely traumatic. This is I hate to say it, okay? She's Myra's like pretty or whatever, and unfortunately, even though you can't choose to be pretty, being like a pretty streamer or whatever, you do like run this risk of like the development of these parasocial fans. I don't know why there wasn't more security. I'm not saying that's on her end, to be clear, but that risk I feel like is higher when you have big pay pigs. Like, streaming is a much more intimate experience because you're interacting with the person who's like entertainment you're consuming. You're seeing them in a natural, seemingly on the surface level, unfiltered setting, and people can then develop relationships with that person that are non-existent and entirely one way. And I can't imagine, or this is like serious risk. This is a like very serious risk. If you're a female online, I hate to say it, but you saw what happened with Christina Grimmie, right? Somebody was, I don't know if that guy was developing a parasocial relationship or what. I'm pretty sure he was stalking her, right? He came up and he shot her. You saw this even pre-streaming, pre-internet with Rebecca Schaefer. She was a child actress, and then as an adult, this guy had been stalking her, and he got her address from the DMV, came to her house and shot her and killed her. And I'm pretty sure this is now why in California, or the DMV then changed its policies as a result of that. But yeah, this is, to credit where it's due, the guy, like, it should have been quicker, obviously, but I don't know why security wasn't a bit closer. This guy did come in pretty aggressively and shove him off. Is the person who did this public yet, by the way? Is there like the guy who did this is it like publicly known who he is? I mean, yeah, people say women want to be the victims. Women want to be the victims. To be honest, being a woman with a public platform, you're just at a much higher chance of being victimized. And that reality, not just even with a platform, the reality that you're at that higher risk of victimization leads to events that we might not, as men, take as like traumatically. The risk of you being sexually assaulted or raped as a woman is going to lead to certain events that you or I may be able to brush off as, traumatic, because trauma can be formed not just by the details of what's happening, but the perception of potential physical harm or death or rape by whatever is going on. And I think this can lead to, women being traumatized, have a greater risk of being traumatized by those. But regardless, this is a case that would be traumatic for anyone, because you have this guy coming up and he's like physically grabbing, like her safety's jeopardized. She doesn't know what he's about to do. It's incredibly traumatic. $2 from Call Me Bruh. Can I kiss you at the fan meetup? Sure. Her personal security got banned from Twitch. I mean, I'd have to look into that one, but to say that like Twitch allowed it to, wasn't there an incident or a reason they got banned? And like to say that Twitch like could have predicted that, I think is like a little absurd. I would have had way more security. Like if it's an attractive female streamer, I would like quadruple the security there. Because the risk of stalking, I hate to say it, and that's not victim blaming. She can't help that, you know, she can't help her appearance or whatever, and she shouldn't have to. But you also simultaneously need to acknowledge that she is going to be at a higher risk as a result of that, and I'd quadruple security for those kinds of events.
Talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that...
Okay, that's her personal security. Okay, then what's the criticism of... Twitch said that it was... Wait, hold on. You can't have it both ways. If you want to make a criticism that Twitch security didn't act, that's fine. But people are also saying that this happened because her personal security wasn't allowed. If her personal security was allowed, then there would be a I guess one member of her personal security wasn't allowed, but the rest of them were. And it's like, what, like, then what is the criticism there? Like,
they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well...
What is the criticism? There is not one security officer to be that can be hired in the state of California. If one of them is banned for whatever reason, you can find competent alternates, and if you're supplying those alternates yourself, right? If they fail to act, that's on them, but you've hired them to do a job and they're not doing it. Twitch's own security. Where is Twitch's security? Oh, wait. Is the big guy in the back Twitch's security? Am I missing something? Where is Twitch's security here? Okay, if these are both her personal okay, then the criticism isn't that her personal security wasn't allowed. The criticism is that Twitch didn't provide any. That would be the criticism. Because it seems like her personal security was allowed. But Twitch didn't provide anything additional. Like, Twitch didn't provide any additional security. And also, once again, not to be a misogynist or whatever, but having one guy and then one, like, petite woman, I'm sorry, but she's not gonna be, like, effective security when you have a fucking, like, what, 6'4" fucking freak coming up and grabbing her. There should be, like, additional big men. People using a clip where one of her security guards is banned, as Twitch didn't allow her own guards at all. Yeah, so it seems like there is a criticism of Twitch, but the angle that it's because her personal security had been banned is just, like, not the way to go at that, because her personal security was allowed, just a specific member of her security wasn't allowed, so she hired alternates. But the fact that Twitch didn't provide any is also, like, absurd. That's, no, Kayvon, that is the argument that a lot of people are making. That's the argument that I've seen, and it's not a good one.
I've been talking to Twitch people, and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event, and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I asked them...
Well, okay, if they... Okay, just because her favorite security guard was banned That's very different than banning personal security outright. She hires a competent alternative, or what she believes to be a competent alternative, because there are a lot of options for security, right, in California. And if they have a reason to ban that one guy, that doesn't mean they now believe that her safety is going to be jeopardized, because they understand she can just hire an alternate security guard. The problem is that they didn't provide any security of their own, and it was just reliant on her personal security.
You know, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days.
That's crazy.
What? And then she's obviously like, hello? Like, that needs to be indefinite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's like nothing to do with anything. No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. Like, we're talking about the convention here. So they change it to indefinite. Takes an hour for.
Wait, they're not allowed to touch anyone? I'd have to, so nobody, I'll have to look into that. I don't know why nobody, I guess, if you were to believe my inbox, I guess that this just didn't have, like, I don't know, it wasn't, I guess I could have done the research myself, but, why would I ever work for myself when I could have you do the work for me and pay me to do it? So pay up, pay the toll, We're over halfway to Streamly goal. Also, like up. If you can't donate, that's fine. Like up, sub up.
For that to happen, by the way. These two people are, the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch.
No, it seems like Twitch is, there's like some criticism of Twitch, to be clear. It seems like there's absolutely some good criticism of Twitch. Of course, you're going to have the sheep of the other herd. I hate saying it, but there has an iron curtain has descended across the disastrous realm that is the former commentary community, where, yeah, you do have people that will, because they don't like Ethan Klein, will now be doing the same reason I was not with the pro Ethan crowd. You now have people that will go to insane lengths to defend Hassan and Twitch because they don't like Ethan. It's sheep of the other herd.
Also, later the same night, I'm not gonna drop names here because I wasn't there, so I didn't see it, but I had multiple people tell me that key Twitch representatives last night were out partying.
Okay, I don't think that's really a good, like, it's a big company, for them to just, like, for all executives to not go and party or do stuff, over this event is, I don't know if that's, like, necessarily a reasonable expectation, also, especially if it's unsubstantiated, but the criticism would be, can somebody link me about anything about why your security guard was fired, and, maybe I'll look on Twitter, okay? I'll look on Twitter. Dude! What did I tell you, bro? We've groundbreaking peace in the Middle East, and then I'm reading through this deal, and it is literally peace built upon quicksand. I said I doubt it was gonna last. And obviously I'm not saying that like I'm some prophet, like anyone who read this understood that these terms were not gonna be achieved by either side. Because, like, there's, like, vague... Apparently, Kushner helped co-write it as well. That guy's, like, a soulless maniac that should have no business in delegating our foreign policy, okay? He literally... Kushner had already been denied top security clearance at one point due to, like, foreign associates. And then I think Trump pulled strings to get him, like, top secret security clearance. And Kushner is essentially, for whatever reason... You know, besides being Trump's son-in-law, the guy that's, like, dictating policy, or the guy that's, like, having a strong influence on policy relating to Israel. But hold on. I'm sorry, I need to look at this really quick, because I knew this was gonna Dude. Fell for it again award. Nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Historic, unprecedented world peace has been secured. You have this Templar guy that's like, Charlie's talking about Trump doing insider trading while he's just achieved historic world peace in the Middle East. Yeah, because Hamas, and honestly, in the conditions they've been in, I don't know how much I could blame them. I do blame them in terms of I'm not somebody that's like a October 7th sweeper, right? Like I'm gonna say yes, like there were excesses there, but the reason I don't harp on it is because the excesses on the Israeli side have, just been exponential. But I never believed that, because part of the agreement, it was a 21-point plan, and part of the plan was it was like this vague stipulation about Hamas giving up any and all offensive capabilities, weapons, etc. And I could never see Hamas agreeing to that. Especially when there's no strong, in the agreement. There's very important things to members of the Palestinian resistance. One of which is like the occupation of Al-Aqsa by Israeli troops. Like there's no concession about leaving Al-Aqsa alone. There's no concession about discontinuing the construction of settlements in the West Bank. Like I could never see Hamas, regardless of my criticisms of them, agreeing to a deal like that in the long term. They obviously, and for good reason, don't trust Israel. And, like, I don't see them ever giving, like, they're surrounded by this person that they don't trust that is, illegally occupying parts of, the West Bank isn't under Hamas governance, but it's still viewed as their land. Illegally occupying parts of their land. It's killed 40,000 of their people. I can never see Hamas agreeing to give up all weaponry. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I made this point on stream, Kathy. I said that part of the stipulation as well was returning the dead bodies within a certain window of time, and how even the Red Cross was saying that a lot of the bodies are going to be under rubble. So meeting the time limit is like an unreasonable expectation that Israel could then use to go against the deal. I mean, to be fair, right, it does seem like this was a mutual violation of the ceasefire, albeit Israel's now going to respond to insanely disproportionate lengths. It's going to lead to piles of bodies because they face zero accountability from the international world. But the problem is with this deal. The condition, it seems like it was rushed, and the conditions, anyone who understands anything about Hamas or Israel understands that this is never something that was going to hold up. A lot of the amendments, even though Hamas showed agreement for like certain clauses, the 21-point plan, I don't even know if Hamas gave official agreement on like getting rid of all their offensive capabilities, etc. But like, dude, this is a if you're rushing peace in, that's like not like built with a basic understanding of what you're doing and how things work in this region, it's never gonna hold up. You're just trying to. Trump tried to rush this deal in for the sake of his own image as the guy that's ending wars everywhere. But because this was never gonna work. Anyways, back to Emiru. I guess Dan Saltman is on the case.
All right, guys, I am not a trained professional. Don't try this at home.
What the fuck? Dude, are you serious? It's from years ago? Oh. Still funny. Still funny as fuck. Is it from years ago? Can you send me something on that? Yeah, then this is Dan being super dishonest again, if this is from years ago. Dan is, like, literally obsessed. It's like an unhealthy obsession. Does he say her... Who is he? Who is he? Are you talking about me? I'm sorry. You must, like... Once again, theory of mind, very important. This is a streamer I don't watch that has a streamer name that isn't like a common name that's spoken in like day-to-day life. So my first experience pronouncing the name may be incorrect. So then what you would do is say, hey, it's actually pronounced this way. I'd be like, oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. But you, because you know how to pronounce this person's name and like suffer from autism and lack theory of mind, believe that everyone else should automatically have the knowledge that you have. And that if they're mispronouncing it, as opposed to it being like a genuine misunderstanding of a very uncommon name, it must be on purpose. It's pretty obvious based on her race. How is that up? What are you talking about? Holy fuck. Intense, heated debate broke out on... Wait, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. I want to see what Techie's comments are. So he's gonna interject with this is okay. Can we do like a bingo card? He's gonna interject with something completely useless, and he's gonna insert some anecdote or story or fact that is completely irrelevant. That's gonna make himself look like a sympathetic or better person. He's gonna somehow, despite feigning concern and anger, find a way to. He's gonna get at least one thing blatantly wrong. He's gonna insert something that is totally unnecessary, that's just going to serve the purpose of making himself look like a good person or a better person because he's a narcissist. And he's going to offer nothing, like no new insight, nothing valuable. Oh yeah, and Hassan is going to come up at minimum 4 times.
Hey guys, hopefully I can get to this video without being too angry. Midnight, where I'm at. TwitchCon just started about 3 hours ago.
By the way, his stake in this, he doesn't genuinely care. His stake in this is that he's mad that Hassan exposed the fact that his father, who he was parading around, was a notorious sex criminal that got dishonorably discharged from the military. And Tectone hates Hassan now for it, right? Tectone's acting like he was somehow victimized as a result of this. He hates Twitch because he sees Twitch as an extension of Hassan. So going at Twitch for him is going at Hassan.
I have been warning absolutely everyone not to go. Every single person. I told all of my friends. I told all of my viewers. I told everybody to please not go to TwitchCon. I even, one great conversation that came to mind is a very at-length discussion I had with a good friend of mine, Makari, and I explained to him my concern.
So he predicted it. Okay, that's something that makes himself look good, that he was, like, predicting this. Women have a buff for getting views, but also a debuff for getting... Thank you for the 5. G's. But a debuff for getting these events to happen? I guess.
I'm going to TwitchCon, and thankfully he listened, as well as many of my viewers. Whoa. If not all of my viewers are not attending TwitchCon right now. And a lot of my
hair is standing up.
Going as well, of which I will not name, because if you're friends with me, people don't like you, which is fun.
Dude, I got headphone hair.
If you haven't seen by now, the reason why I'm very angry is because a very good friend of mine did a podcast with her, was part of OTK with her, someone who I respect very much, someone who has been very kind to me my entire time since I've known them. A streamer by the name of Emiru got sexually assaulted at TwitchCon by a deranged fan on camera in front of a crowd with security guards there, and no one prevented it. Nobody. Twitch, Dan Clancy, wants to talk about increased security measures.
Well, it sounds like there's also criticism to be made against her personal security, just to be clear.
I want to talk about how this...
They were, like, way too far from her. They should have been, like, way closer. But credit to the guy involved. He did, like, run in there fucking fast and push him off. But you're right. Like, the second he started approaching, he should have been stopped by, like, any competent security guard.
TwitchCon would be different.
She, like, would be somebody, especially, unless I've ever mixed up with someone else. This has happened to her before, I'm pretty sure, on the Santa Monica Pier. She wasn't sexually assaulted, but she did get harassed. And by virtue of her being, a female, conventionally attractive streamer, she would be high risk for something like this, by no fault of her own. And it shouldn't be this way, to be clear. And as a result, Twitch should have provided additional security.
Worst thing is, people look at me and they say I'm crazy, that I'm delusional, that I'm imagining things. And
it's about him. It's about him. It's going to be turned back on him.
And after time, I get proven right. Doesn't help that certain retard streamers like Mizkif have completely obliterated my reputation for the past 4 years. And day after day, I have to...
Honestly, Mizkif W?
...unshovel the shit that's been put on me due to streamers like that.
So it's about you now. It's literally all about him.
Where people have a harder time listening and paying attention to the very clear warnings that I give people, because I'm a very careful...
He's actually... My bingo card got, like, that point got hit 10 times over, because it's not even him, like, casually inserting a personal act. He's going on a whole tangent 3 minutes in about, like, how he predicted everything and the hate against him is wrong. Somebody else got sexually assaulted, and he's making it about him.
Individual, and I've made a couple mistakes in my life, but I really try to absorb all the information from every angle, especially when it comes to safety and security. Sorry if I'm a little bit different right now. I am violently shaking with anger, and I'm trying to...
Wow, dude, you're so cool.
...not yell. If you're a streamer, if you're a viewer, leave TwitchCon now. Get out. This happened within the first 3 hours. You are not safe there. You're just not. You're not. This needs to be the last TwitchCon that ever happens. They need to shut this shit down, and to be honest, I think they should absolutely get sued for not being able to ensure this.
I think a lawsuit could be appropriate here. If you're a fan, you need to get out now, I think is a little dramatic. I think that this individual in particular, by virtue of her public presence and what we know about stalkers, etc., is particularly high risk, but I don't think that means the fans themselves are at risk.
Safety of the streamers, when they say, hey, come meet this streamer right here. Because you want to know why it's so bad, guys? You want to know the worst part? Emiru had a security guard 2 years ago that attended TwitchCon, where another fan was attempting to sexually assault her. and the security guard stopped him. But because Twitch official staff.
Is there a video of the previous incident, by the way? 2 from JPM, isn't he supposed to be on break? This is his version of a break, because as I said when he first announced he was going on break, and made it sound way longer than it was, because he wants to, he's doing like Schrodinger's like sympathetic character, because he wants people to be, we support you, Techie, it fuels him. I said that there is no way in hell this guy would be able to step away from a public platform for a week. Nevertheless, he claimed up to a year. Okay? This is somebody that his entire sense of self-worth and value is derived from the approval of a crowd because he is a narcissist. And by virtue of that, he cannot step away from this, because if he did, he would not be getting his basic psychological needs met. He needs the praise, he needs the attention, and if he's truly stepping away, he's not getting any of that. So I said there's going to be some way in which he's still going to be communicating with everyone else and getting that attention and feedback that he absolutely needs to thrive. He's not, yeah, but when he said it, he made it sound like he was taking a break, like from the internet, like we weren't going to hear from him, right? He's still regularly posting videos, tweeting, getting involved, and getting that active feedback as a result that he absolutely needs because he's a narcissist.
Didn't agree with the way that he stopped him, which, by the way, was just him putting his hands on him and making it to where he couldn't leave while the police arrived. They permanently banned him from ever being a part of TwitchCon again. So the security guard that did their job to make sure that Emmy was safe.
If there's a video of the original incident, please link it.
Was banned, meaning the fault of this lies entirely.
Like the original, like where the first security guard got banned.
On Dan Clancy's head.
No, this is such a dumb fucking criticism, dude. The personal security guard, you could say the personal security guard's ban was unjustified, but that's not what caused this, because she was still allowed to have personal security. The angle of criticism would be Twitch's failure at providing additional security.
And Twitch's head. I want to speak directly to Dan right now. You are a fucking buffoon. You are a moron. You can't moderate your own site. You think that you can moderate a live event? The security around there is a joke. I want to remind you, NMP and Wade Wilder were also sexually assaulted by a fan last year. You were letting streamers run amok, push other streamers into fucking moving trains.
What?
And you did nothing.
Wait, what? What is he referencing? Who got pushed into a moving train?
The idea.
He's gonna make it about him in the next 3 minutes. He's gonna make it about him in the next, no, we'll be generous. Well, 2 minutes. He will make it about him again. Hold on. Just want to do something here. Whether that be the insertion of a comment where the only purpose is to make him look good, he's gonna make it about him again in the next 2 minutes. Hold on. Let's just pull this up. Select a window. Where is... Okay. 2 minutes. Well, this is actually 5. Fuck. I wanted a 2-minute timer. All right, online timer. All right, let's go. Wait, fuck.
Of one of my viewers getting hurt because you won't just admit your incompetence.
One of his viewers?
Drives me fucking insane. You run defense.
Are we gonna count? I'll be generous. We're not counting
actively
that.
Promote Hassan, a terrorist supporter.
He's making it about the guy that he has a vendetta with. I'll be generous. We're not gonna count
The guy
that.
who has encouraged his viewers to kill people in the streets. Twitch, I'm not sure if you're even aware of this, but he's currently dog whistling for his audience to kill me.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, and he's made it about him again. 30 fucking seconds, and that's, I didn't even count, just to be clear, I didn't even count the insertion about his own fans, etc., etc. 30 fucking seconds. Holy shit. And also, where is he dog whistling his... What are you talking about? Give an example. This is a new one. I haven't heard this claim made before by Techie. I've heard him reiterate the doxing lie that was completely debunked, even by people who despise Hassan. Okay? I've heard, like, where is this one coming from now? Check inbox. What is this website? Arazu.io. Okay, he says, oh yeah, yes. Dog whistling, dog whistling is genuine, to be clear, and a lot of people use that, or irony, as a way to, in a very cowardly manner, provide plausible deniability, and deflect, responsibility for claims that they are actively insinuating. But it's also misused in the sense, when you use the term dog whistling, you can falsely apply it to make it look like someone is implying something that they are absolutely not implying. The problem here is, though, I don't even know if we're getting a specific example of said dog whistling.
Right now, and you're doing nothing. Now, I would like to make it very clear, I'm not afraid. I can deal with whatever comes my way. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about other people. Because you're allowing this to continue, this behavior to continue. You pick and choose favorites for who you want to ban or unban. Let us not forget I got banned for 2 weeks.
Makes it about him. Makes it about him again. He's made... You know what? We're bringing the other shit back into the count, okay? My generosity is unapplied. Within 30 seconds, we put a 2-minute timer on. Within 30 seconds, he's made it about him like 3 times.
Froba the fat fuck retard fat. I got banned for 2 weeks for Denims, the person who believes that intellect is sexually transmitted by how many dudes she sucks the dick of.
Most of this video is either about him or his personal vendettas.
I got banned for 2 weeks for calling her a whore. And these people falsely accuse me of being a fucking rapist. And you've let it go on.
Falsely accused. Falsely. Okay, just to be clear, you can only criticize them for that if they knew it was false, which they didn't, because despite you claiming that it's been completely debunked, it hasn't, okay? Not only has it not been debunked, but it's a he said, she said, and he lied. So his credibility is already tarnished, and suspicion is now on him, and substantiated by the fact that it was 2 different women, right? It looks incredibly suspicious on you, and I would not blame anyone who believed that you genuinely did it. You know that it looks bad for you. You know that you shouldn't have lied. You know that you shouldn't have lied. You rely on the fact that you block anyone so you can avoid actually having to address said lie. But you have never, ever done moved this even an inch in the direction of, like, making these conclusively false, despite the fact that you like to pretend they are. And yes, it's innocent until proven guilty, which is why I don't call Tectone a rapist, but he has made it so much worse for himself by lying in his response, because why do you lie? To conceal the truth. And if you're trying to conceal the truth, what about the truth is worth concealing to you? Making me incredibly suspicious, and everyone else incredibly suspicious, and I couldn't blame people if they leaned in the direction that he did it.
For years, the amount of complete baseless lies you allow to be slung towards me, towards my friends like Asmagul, Nux, just to name a few, is fucking sickening. You are incompetent. You are a joke of a platform. And by the way, when I do come back to streaming, I could say, fuck Twitch, not gonna stream there. I'm gonna make sure that I stream there every time to let your viewers know live that your
most of this is about him.
Website is a piece of shit. And
how does nobody see through this? Okay, this is a failed narcissist because he's horrible at hiding it. The only people that fall for this guy's like feigned outrage and then an excuse to bring up all his personal gripes and talk about himself, the only people that fall for this are fucking 9-year-olds and adult morons, okay? It is so obvious what this guy is. It's disgusting, to be clear. Okay, everything about him is disgusting, both physically, in the sense that I can see his giant fucking bald head and he's not even putting on a beanie to cover it to spare my eyes the sight, but his personality is disgusting. He is a disgusting human being. He's manipulative, a verifiable liar, somebody that has abused the person he was with, okay, and has 2 pending sexual assault allegations against him, actively platformed his fucking sex criminal father, right? Potentially re-traumatizing victims who could have seen that stream, bringing him around women, and then somehow flipping it back to make it about him, because he always makes it about him. Any situation has to be either you viewing him as cool, you viewing him as a good person, or you feeling sympathy for him. This guy is like the worst person on the fucking platform right now.
Make sure to convert as many people off that platform to somewhere else.
The thing is, too, about narcissists, some of them are genuinely talented, despite their narcissism. There's something redeeming. There's talent there. He doesn't even fucking have that, because he's not smart, which is why he's a failed narcissist. Not only is he a liar, not only is he self-centered, okay? Not only does he have like zero empathy for the women he's with and actively tries to emotionally harm them and potentially sexually harm them, right? Not only is that all true, but he's just so fucking dumb. He's so stupid. There's nothing redeemable.
I cannot believe it has been 3 hours.
And yeah, I am mad. I'm actually mad. Unlike Tectone here with his feigned anger, I am mad. And I will continue to be mad every time I see this guy.
Something awful has already happened. Guys, you're in San Diego. Do something else. Go to the zoo. Go hang out at Round 1. Go to an arcade. Go hit some fucking bar. Go to one of the content creators like fucking houses and just chill there. At TwitchCon, you are not safe. Yes, guys, can you believe that a website that feeds off of parasocials, and then they say, hey, all these women that you think that you're dating because you're tier 3 subbing to.
2 things can be true, okay? Twitch was derelict in its duty in providing enough security. Like, anyone who's even a non-security expert can tell that this is an individual that's going to be at high risk. Every precautionary measure should have been taken. There should not have been 2 security guards there, one of which was like this petite, woman, right? Because the guy doing it is this like fucking giant. Okay, so she couldn't have done much. There was 1 security guard there that was actually competent, and he wasn't even, like, close enough to her to prevent the guy from walking up and grabbing her. So we can say that there was negligence. We can say there was incredible negligence. I wouldn't even be opposed to her suing, right? I wouldn't even be opposed to that. But secondly, this guy has nothing to add to this. Nothing to add to this except his anecdotes and his personal vendettas where he pretends like he's wronged when in fact he's wronged everybody else, okay? No intelligent insight. Nothing that you didn't already know. Why is he here? He's supposed to be on fucking break. Why are you even here? Why are you even here giving your opinion on this? You did a whole fucking guys, I'm going on break, might be for a fucking year. Why are you even here talking about it then? Because he needs the attention. He needs the attention to be on him at all times.
Yeah, you can just go meet him in person. And we banned all the good security guards because they did their fucking jobs. What the fuck?
5 from Belinda. Thank you so fucking much. I'm sorry, Aiden. Belinda, it's not personal. No worries. I appreciate the 5. Thank you so much for the fucking 5, Belinda. Folks, we're almost at Streamly goal. Super fucking base. Thank you so much.
I mean, genuinely, what the fuck? Make sure you guys go and express your...
Ban all the goods. Yeah, it was literally a singular security guard.
Anger towards this. Hashtag cancel TwitchCon would be great. Hashtag fuck Twitch. Hashtag fire Dan Clancy would be great. Because an injustice like this cannot go unpunished. There is no...
You know what? You know what? I agree. Injustices should be punished. Injustices should be punished. Just like you propping up your sex criminal dad, who, by the way, if you were speaking to him in private, I'd have no issue with that. I understand, even though your father's a bad person, it's still very hard to disassociate from a biological blood relative. But you publicly propping up your sex criminal father, okay, using him to posture over people, and then when it's exposed, instead of making it about his victims and what he's done, you now all of a sudden decide to mention this unverifiable story about how he in fact victimized you, even though it played no role in your initial promoting of him, just so you could make it about you again and gain sympathy and take away protection, or take away the attention from like the people that were actually harmed by him.
Away. This is fucking insane. This is disgusting. I am beyond furious that such a simple issue could have been solved if Twitch got their head out of their ass and did the right thing for fucking once, but they didn't. They fired the security guard because he did his job. And this is what happened. Twitch, you're fucking with the wrong people, and you're promoting.
Also, new policy, because I haven't made it clear. If you're putting something in chat that's going to be an optics nightmare to have on stream, it's an automatic 24-hour. It's nothing personal, okay? It's nothing personal. I have to start getting in the habit of this. I'm trying to reform the community a little bit. Yeah.
The wrong people. Genuinely. And it's at this level that I have to assume that what you're doing is intentional. And it sucks because I feel guilt. Because maybe I should have warned people more.
Okay, Speed Racer. To be clear, you're an annoying fuck. Nobody gives a shit how many times I've said to be clear. We got the memo when you counted, you typed that 3 times previously, okay? We get it.
Maybe I should have tried harder to get people to not go. But you know what they always do? Move on, bro. Nobody cares. This guy's delusional. This guy...
Oh, it's okay, Techie. Don't blame yourself. You did all you could. Looks like you were right in the end. A 9-year-old typing this up. A drooling fucking 9-year-old. Mommy and daddy are like, you know, like strangling each other in the next room. Don't care about what their like ADHD fucking iPad kid is like watching in his free time, who he's watching. So they just let him watch this for his own like entertainment because they don't want to actually provide you know, any enrichment activities that they have to be personally involved in because they're too busy strangling each other. So he's watching this with no life experience, sitting here falling for all of this guy's like obvious like manipulative narcissistic bullshit, and it feels a need to be like, Techie, it's okay, man.
Is still going on about this? Well, guys, I stayed consistent with what I was saying about Hassan, and thankfully today he had a full-on mental breakdown on stream because that guy's a piece of fucking shit.
Hassan, okay. Hassan 4 times, made it about, majority of this has been about him or his personal grudges. So the majority of this video has been to satisfy his own interests, not to actually make some commentary about Emiru's sexual assault. What else? What else? I mean, we've hit every single, it's so predictable. It's like it is so fucking predictable.
What happens when I'm allowed to remain consistent? So to all of those who don't mind me beating a fucking dead horse, thank you, because at least some type of progress happens.
What?
Mind me beating a fucking dead horse, thank you, because at least some type of progress happens.
What have you changed? What the fuck have you changed? You've done nothing. You've done nothing. You've made the space, actually, you know, in general, you've made the space more unsafe for women. Wait, was Emiru one of the people who, like, said that his dad had made a comment to her that made her uncomfortable? Wait, unless I have because I remember there was someone who was, like, talking about his dad, like, being weird. Who was it was a female. Wait, that was her, dude. Dude. Jamie, pull it up. Link it. Pull it up. Jamie, pull it up. Pull it up. Bro. Hold on. We need to find this in the Shamu video. You want to talk about... Dude, what the fuck? You brought your sex criminal father around there. Talk about they need better security and precautions. Someone should have known they were creating an unsafe environment. You brought your sex criminal dad around there. What are you talking about?
There's this one guy. There's this.
Dude, is it in here? No. Okay. If somebody
Followed
finds
shortly after, she
if somebody finds the clip, please let me know. This is a good video, by the way. Watch it. Or sorry, wrong video. Wait, this is the wrong video. My bad.
Hey guys, please.
This is a good video, by the way. Watch it. Watch both of these videos. Here it is.
Works out. One of the first things Tectone says to me is like, "Sup, dude? By the way, my 17-year-old father thinks you're hot." And I was like, "Oh."
First thing he did was he put me into some kind of headset and costume and put me in this AI room.
VR chat.
Am I moving? Oh my God.
Yeah, so that's chill. And that's
Yeah, but how? Oh Lord, have mercy.
And so he's got me in that headset and I'm in there and
I'm holding them on.
It's getting bad. And, but I don't know if it's as.
Can we get a JCS analysis, by the way, of Emiru's body language?
Dressed up as a girl.
I gotcha.
Right, because that's the thing.
Yeah, or whether it's you dressed up as a girl.
Probably mostly
Yeah.
Asmund.
Yeah.
You're gonna give him a heart attack, I swear to God.
A convicted pervert father and son bonding, where you feel up anime waifus and
Also, does anybody seriously believe that he didn't know? Like that is, is anyone believing this?
Sorry. Bad things happen to good people. Stay safe out there, guys. It does not feel good to say, "I told you so," again. I take no joy in this.
Who is believing that? Who is believing? I wouldn't be surprised if the camera panned down and you had a giant fucking erection right now from saying that. It doesn't feel good to tell you how right I was again, because I predicted everything, because I'm really smart and ahead of the curve. It doesn't feel, I don't want to tell you that. Just to be clear. I don't like saying this. Who is buying this? What fucking idiot is buying this? I know it'll probably never happen, but man, I'd love to see some of these big names like Asmund, Tectone, Nux, and a few others go at Twitch class action style. Homie, you are way too geeked up here. You need to delete this. I mean, your point is correct, but you're just too high here. This is why I'm making the move over to Kick. Your content probably sucks. Let's see. I'm sure Twitch is really scared to lose business from Danny Boyle.
I spent 24,000. Let's just make it safe number. 25k, and I bought 25k worth of Silver Storm Silver ore. Now I don't know what it's going for real quick, so we're gonna check that real quick. But while that's scanning there, I bought 25k worth of this ore. Prospected it all. Oh my god, that's a gamble. It is a gamble. Well, when it's priced good.
It looks like somebody used the warp tool and like stretched his head out.
Like this?
Got fucking Mega Mind over here.
Anything under 13 you want to buy. I'm going to tell you that right now. Anything under 13 you want to buy, it's the best chance you have at making money. How do you make money as a dual craft?
Meth Gaming. He has like sores on his face.
Okay. I prospected, like I said, all of that ore. I literally have one singular ore left for my mass prospecting last.
Dude, Twitch is devastated right now. Twitch is devastated. They're losing Berserk. Oh no.
What's up, guys? As a lot of you do know, we've been busy at the house. All of these walls.
What is this vlogging? It's like, dude, it's like the Heath Ledger, like the scenes he filmed for the. Are you the real Batman? This is how crazy Batman's made Gotham. Dude, what are you? The camera is so shaky.
In the living room. And the dining room. All
And it's like 2008, like camcorder quality.
all needed painted, so we've been painting those. We got carpet coming today to get installed because.
Oh wait, this was from 8 years ago. Wait, never mind. What? That's 2017 was 8 years ago.
Well.
Wow, dude, riveting stuff. Riveting stuff. I'm sure Twitch is very upset to like lose your business. Let's look at some more this actually, I just need to start doing this more. I feel like we're gonna eventually uncover a gem by doing this. Finding like horrible commenters and just going to their channel. $5 from G's. Aiden, this is for the Do-Rag Fund. It's not happening, man. I'm sorry. But that puts us $19 away from Streamly goal. If we hit it, I will let out a little yippee. Belinda with the 2, with a pair. Thank you so much, Belinda, with the pair. Okay, this guy's base. Subscribe to Delirium TV. Thank you for having the balls to call these people what they are and not hold back. Nothing. Nothing. Sad. I told you to go sub Tim because he made a good point. That's me promoting somebody. 2 from G's. The hood loves you. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Getting out of hand quickly. Twitch very meh. No platform is perfect, but it seems like this issue is a pivotal point. Events run poorly, board security, generic statements written by interns, CEOs, anybody/everybody, cookie cutter, boring blah in the year 2025 for an extremely serious issue. Sucky event, sucky handling of a high-profile streamer, getting groped by a freak. I don't care what his intentions were. This is how bad accidents happen. Figure it the fuck out if you're gonna throw some extravagant con event. Joe Bob 43.
Almost 20 now. Man, that's crazy. But hey, it's D-Shep, D-Stat, and just a hero. And we're here to let you know that we aren't slowing down anytime soon. Just because we're getting older, that doesn't mean we're over. So start a revolution at peace.
Is this Gamma?
D-Shep, taking down verse 1. Already going hard and I've just begun. It's been a minute since I made a song, but I'ma make one where you can sing along. I'm back from the dust and all the stress.
Yo!
Life is blurring into one big test. I promise I can handle the rest. But I got some shit that I need off my chest. I need to get a job, I need to get paid, I need a steady
Is this guy rapping about being jobless? I need to get a job. Dude, lame rappers rap about like making out the hood, fucking, you know, life on the streets. This guy's rapping about how he needs to get a job.
I need a steady leg. I want to be in a band making millions, performing to a crowd in the billions, changing people's lives with my words, making you smile.
Wait, did this guy literally just do a song where he's just like listing things that he wants? I'd love to be able to afford an iPhone upgrade for Christmas. Oh.
Every first verse, crowd interaction, dudes laugh. Here we go, la-di-da. So put away your problem for just one song. Go away, expectations, sing along. Be inspired for a minute or four, cause 1,000 singing voices you can't ignore. Voices heard all around the world.
Okay, don't quit your day job. $14 years ago? 14, holy unk. 2010? So true, man. So true. Okay. I can't believe we'll leave that. We'll leave that put. Thank you, Will, for the 10. Putting us $6 away from Streamly Gold. Thank you so much for the do-rag. The hood loves Gaiden. Thank you so much. I love the hood, too. $6 away from goal. If we hit it, I will say yippee. Very, in the most enthusiastic way possible. Not only should you get sued, but this should be brought up during the Congress hearing as another prime example of Twitch allowing incredibly fucked up, questionable shit and judgment calls to happen, not only on their platform, but at their official events. Brought up in Congress? Brought up in Congress? Brought up in Congress. Very poor choice of words. Very poor choice of words. Dude, there was this insane one I saw. Yo! Threethal Benzene with the 6, helping us hit goal. Yippee. Holy fuck. Thank you guys so much. Super generous. So based. Thank you guys. Really, much appreciated. That's a goal. That's a goal. What else was I looking for? All right, let's see what else we got. This one's a gem. I feel like I'm... Okay, I don't... Thank you for suggesting this. I think we're probably gonna... Okay, thanks. Yeah, well... I don't know what the content is there. Great suggestion. What else do we got in the inbox? The Sears for...
This video is about the time in 2010 when Sears sold bootleg...
Wait, I know her. Where do I know her from? Where do I know her from? Where do I know her from? Frankly, Frankie, I can't put my finger on it.
Furry porn on their website and apparently had no idea. But 4chan found out about it basically right away and they went, hey, you know what'd be funny? What if we all started just mass buying this stuff at 3 in the morning? Now, understandably, Sears freaked the hell out.
I found this woman in several. I think you just, like, hate women. I genuinely just think you hate women.
and started systematically wiping the internet of any evidence they'd ever sold this. But if they wipe the evidence, how am I making this video? Well, Sears made one fatal mistake that day. Sears underestimated 4chan, and now 4chan was about to majorly pants them by answering the most important question in retail history. Ready? What was furry porn doing on Sears.com? Who put it there? And how could something
it's a free country
like this possibly happen to Sears more than once? This is the legend of the second worst thing ever sold at Sears.com. This is bad art history. Real quick, thank you so much for waiting so long since the last video. There will be no more breaks of this length. Also, really quick.
All right, I'm bored. I'm bored. Unhide you? Why? Explain to me why I should unhide you, and I'll unhide you. Tell me why I should unhide you, and I will unhide you. Fusi reveals he won first place in the men's well, I'm glad to see Fusi's doing well, but what the fuck is that spray tan?
Every day in the gym, every meal prep, look, we did it.
That's, I hate to be a hater. I'm sorry, I hate to be a hater. Is that not steroids? It's gotta be, I guess, oh, and you've never recognized a ripped guy before?
First place, y'all. We did it. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much.
I mean, honestly, if he did it on his own, it is very impressive. But I don't know why. I'm getting major steroid vibes.
So much for all the support. I can't wait to show y'all how everything went down. We literally...
I mean, I'm glad he's happy. I'm glad he's happy. Aiden, cover Parlo's dad apparently trying to kill Parlo. I put it in an inbox. Where? How long ago was this? I don't see it in the inbox. Oh. Rita linked this from the New York Post. NYC Wikipedia conference halted when non-offending pedophile storms what? Storms stage and points gun at his own head? Hello? Send the screenshot. Resend it. I'm looking at inbox. I can't. Oh, here it is. For those who don't understand, why can't just move out? His dad controls all his finances, money problems. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyways. I do love Wikipedia. Connor Weston, 27, allegedly clutched the loaded revolver as he declared, I am a non-contact pedophile. I want to KMS, prompting Wiki conference staff to quickly tackle and disarm him before cops took him into custody, sources said. All right, Ali Khan. Banned. It was just adrenaline, said one of the staffers who stopped the gunman. Since you're on the trust and safety team, you're expected to do this. We're not used to loaded weapons in the same room. We're used to more prank behavior. Weston, who wore a multicolored banner draped over his shoulders and sign on his neck with the words anti-contact, non-offending pedophile, was detained at the conference, which was hosted at Union Square Civil Hall. I mean, if you're like a pedophile that's pro non-offending, that's fine, but why would you create a pride flag? Why would you have your own flag for that? You pulled up the wrong one? Resend it. I obviously cannot find what the fuck you're talking about, so just resend it. Oh, is it this? At everyone, my dad just tried to strangle and kill me. I'm releasing all my videos on him. Fuck him, the gloves are off. I've been hiding what he was doing for so long. Him threatening to break my shit and strangling me was recorded. I'm outside the house right now. I had to run out. The man is evil. I mean, if this is true, I don't know why. this like need to overshare all the time is not gonna really do you any favors. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what else I could say. No, we're disincentivizing this. We're disincentivizing this. Okay? I'm putting an end to it. Okay? I'm tired of talking about something and then a chatter being like, what can I say? There'll be the most optically bad thing to say at this point in time to make Aiden's community look unhinged. I'm putting an end to it. It stops here. Stops here. Because if you're going to do it, at least make it funny. At least make it unique. Goodbye?
This past month has been one of the worst periods of my entire life. The stress, anxiety, and effect that this has all had on my life has been extremely overwhelming. If you're watching this video, I've made it to tell you, the viewer, and my fans that I am not doing well, and I've currently been diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety.
Okay, I don't know why we need to... Like, you could be open. I don't have a problem being open about your depression. But, like, for the genre that this guy's in, and like, I don't... It seems like a lot... Like, I guess... If he's comfortable with sharing it, then fine. It's only really oversharing if it's something that's going to make you look bad. I don't think there's anything that is, you know... I think we do need to destigmatize depression. And you should feel comfortable talking about it. If you have it. So I'm not even going to fault him for that. But the dad stuff, I'm not going to fault him for either. I just don't know what he's seeking to benefit out of sharing it.
And have been given to numb the pain and make it barely manageable.
We're all I mean, people like misuse that word to describe like temporary sadness. And it's actually very infuriating. Not everyone is like truly depressed, like clinical depression. A lot of us are, right? Because it is the internet. It is the internet. But it's like a bit more nuanced than mere like extreme sadness.
But it keeps feeling as if things are progressively getting worse. The initial report that led to my arrest left out key information of dupe lying about their age and catfishing me, to which they admitted on their own volition. And this report painted me as something I was not, with false inferences, of course as well obfuscating the reasonable belief clause in their initial emails. Other false reports have also been made, along with false claims being alleged against me, which are not true at all, along with forged recordings which have been spread, to which Guamgo has debunked on his channel.
Men should not put the burden of their emotion on other men and women. It is a man's mission to be strong. Yeah, but this this is the problem. This is why people need to talk about this, because this view that just because you're like depressed, you're weak, it's not merely sadness. It's like an actual chemical imbalance for many people that is not even like situationally dependent. If you have things like dysthymia, etc., like I think it is something that needs to be destigmatized.
I have also been facing numerous false strikes, and all of these factors collectively have greatly hindered my ability to get money, income, and just live an everyday normal life now. I feel as if my life has been permanently damaged by doing YouTube.
Wait, you can fight it. Just to be clear, you can fight it. But that doesn't mean you're not allowed to talk about that fight, right? When it's like situationally appropriate. Yo, Sardino with the 580. At this point, you should make a group home for these YouTubers, and your first guest should be Parlo and Peter. True.
And that there is virtually...
Dysthymia is persistent depressive disorder. So it's like non-situationally dependent depression that is kind of like almost always present. Like, you're depressed probably more days than not, and it's not really based on the situation. The other thing about dysthymia is, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, it's normally way more hidden than things like major depressive disorder, aka unipolar depression, because that tends to be like very severe. That's not to say major depressive disorder can't also be hidden, but that involves like major episodes where sometimes people are just like totally bound to their bed. In some cases, it can get so bad that you have, I forget the name for it, but there are forms of depression that it's like depression-induced like dementia, and you can go into an almost borderline comatose state. You have things like psychomotor retardation.
no way of just starting a new life for myself outside of the internet. I just feel as if I'm too...
But with dysthymia, it's a bit more hidden. It's kind of always there. And the other misconception, too, is that depression is mere sadness. A lot of times it doesn't even present as that. It can present as, like, apathy, anhedonia, like indifference to everything, no excitement, chronic exhaustion.
Deep in the swamp now, and the fact that some people can't even empathize with my position.
Bye from Belinda, thank you so much.
But instead make disgusting comments directed towards me and mock it's just seriously shocking. I mean, sure, you can find me annoying, I'm not denying that, but legitimizing the things that I've been having to deal with currently, it's insane. But if there is one thing giving me hope currently, it's the platform that I still have and my reach to all of you. I'm currently unable to really upload on this channel because of...
Oh yeah, because he had this drama with his editor, who, like, tried to expose him because he's, like, being mean or something.
The strikes that I have, so I heavily implore all of you to subscribe to my alternate channel, which...
Bye from Belinda, thank you so much. Super based. True, we hit temp goal. We hit Streamly goal too already, but thank you guys so fucking much. Let's go from Parley could easily log off and never come back. Once again, it's easy to say from that position, but this is probably, I would bet he's autistic, right? This is probably somebody with very limited real life connections, and his existence on the internet is like his form of escapism, right? For me, it wasn't because I was, you know, I'm not autistic, but I also like found the internet to be like an effective tool for like escapism when I was a kid and didn't really have like a whole lot of choices about where I could be, what I was doing, etc. You know, I was kind of a loner for a while at school and shit. And in his case, he probably is a very lonely existence because he's living under the care of a allegedly abusive father that is like in complete financial control over him. So this is also probably still like a major point of escapism for him.
But if there is one thing giving me hope currently, it's the platform that I still have and my reach to all of you. I'm currently unable to really upload on this channel because of the strikes that I have, so I heavily...
Maybe I haven't seen enough of Parlo, to be fair, but so far, he just like strikes me as a guy that has gotten like hate to a level that is unnecessary for who he is. I do think when he gets very interested in something, he can be quite talented. I think his Pyro video had a lot of potential. If he had, you know, made some like changes and taken advice and done some revisions. I don't fully understand like why he gets grouped in with all the other Spurgs. He is a bit Spurgy, right? He overshares, etc.
Implore all of you to subscribe to my alternate channel, manipulating the narrative and of course covering his horrific behavior, and people need to open their eyes and see the truth about him. The video is about to be uploaded onto my second channel called Parlo Gaming, and I heavily urge you all to watch it.
Why would you put this on your second channel?
See the evidence in its entirety as well, and share it to as many people as possible, because I'm not going to be silenced and actively let him get away with what he's done. Now, as for my GoFundMe...
Then why are you... Oh, is it because he's barred from uploading right now, or what? Weird. Alright, what else do we have? What else do we got? Jalen apparently made a new video.
Hello.
Oh, Jalen called me out. I would have Jalen on stream to talk, but last time I had Jalen on stream to talk, Jalen, punched a wall. So you know, for obvious reasons, I'm probably not going to be having Jalen back on. But apparently Jalen didn't really like what I had to say. Hold on. So I made some like this was rage bait, okay? I think this tweet was mid as fuck in hindsight, but you know what? Based. Just like a little funny joke. And Jalen replies with, you see, it's actually cool and epic to lack empathy. Now give me likes because I'm so cool. Well, I hate to invoke every piece of prior behavior from your, very extensive history. But you've been the one that's demonstrated, I joke about it, you've actually demonstrated a complete lack of empathy. I don't think you lack empathy, to be clear. But if you, take issue with my joke, it seems like your behavior is way more applicable or indicative of somebody lacking empathy than me making a little joke.
Oh, it is me. It's been a while. I've been busy. I've been doing stuff. Okay, I've been eating the grass and smelling grass and just stuffing it in my face. Grass tastes good. I highly recommend eating grass. Anyway, it's kind of been jarring to step away from the internet and internet culture as a whole and kind of come back and see what it's turned into. I have pretty much been off Twitter for the last year or two, and I went on Twitter.
Is that true? I don't think that's true.
Again, for the first time in a long time. And my God, all these people.
But to be fair, I have not heard from Jalen in a long time. So honestly, if Jalen was able to step away, kudos. 5 from Midge. Parlo is linked to... Is he? Link me something on that.
Thousands, millions of people are all trapped in their own little echo chambers, thinking that they're doing something, thinking that they're changing the world, that they're changing minds. And every single day, there's some new manufactured controversy that everyone has to weigh in on and give their hot takes on. And everyone has to agree with me. If you don't agree with me, well, you're a bad person, you're a horrible person, and you need to be destroyed. And it's that's just not a good way to live your life. You trap yourself in this small box. You get this small, little, tiny view of the world where all...
Aiden, do you donate plasma? I can't.
You care about are these irrelevant ass controversies on the internet that don't even matter. And I'm just going to use this as an example.
Actually, I can't donate blood. I don't know about plasma.
I saw this what a lot of people was talking about.
Probably not, right?
But apparently Hassan Piker shocked his dog on stream. Now I'm not going to say one side is correct or one side is not correct. Although it's looking increasingly evident that was a shock collar. I don't know if he actually did shock his dog or not, but it seems pretty clear it was a shock collar that had the capacity to shock his dog. But he
True. I actually agree with that in hindsight. Good video so far.
kind of hid that from his viewers, and I find that kind of fucked up. This guy is willing to just lie. I mean, he could have just said, yeah, it is a shock collar, but I didn't shock my dog. I took the prongs out of the shock collar, so I can't shock him. It just vibrates. But instead, he had to cover it up and pretend that this wasn't a shock collar at all, and he's kind of lied and changed the story numerous times. But depending on which side of the internet you're on or which content creators you follow, your take on this situation is wildly different. If you're a Hassan fan, you are going to defend Hassan no matter what. And if you hate Hassan, well, you're most likely going to believe that he shocked his dog, and you're going to agree with anyone who says that he shocked his dog. And no matter...
Okay, I have this is a fun fact about me. This is a fun fact about... It's more a fun fact about my mom. My mom has what's called dormant tuberculosis. So she has the tuberculosis bacteria, I guess, in her blood, but it's not active, if I remember correctly, or whatever. She's asymptomatic and can't spread it. Does that pass down to the infant? Dude, bro, such a random fucking thing to have. But yeah, she has dormant tuberculosis. I do not have tuberculosis, obviously. She had been, I guess, she had briefly worked or had done something in a hospital. And had been exposed, and you do the test to see if the bump shows up, and it did, but she was asymptomatic, and it was dormant. Reactivation is more common in patients with HIV. It's so over.
What evidence you have of the contrary, it's not going to change your opinion because you're already biased. You're predisposed to having one view or the other. And I feel like people are lacking nuance. Something as simple as this scenario that I've outlined here will determine who your friend group is and who you are.
Yeah, I don't think I would have known. I would have been told if it was in my blood.
Surrounded by. If you're a leftist, but you think that Hassan shocked his dog, well, you're not a leftist anymore. You're a Nazi. You hate Palestinians or something. That's
who is saying this?
That's what they're gonna label you as. If you hate.
Hey guys, I think extremists, unquestioning extremists, bad.
Hassan Piker, and I don't really know what Asmongold is. I can't really define someone like him, but if you're one of those people and you're like, no, I don't really think Hassan shocked his dog, well then they're gonna start calling you like a piece of shit or a communist or something, a Hamas supporter, because you have one opinion. You think one thing that one side or the other.
All right, totally useless video, completely useless, but I'm glad Jalen was gone for at least a little bit. I hope that, you know, everything goes well this person's life. Truly, truly. What else do we have? I'm trying to stretch it out to 4 hours. Fuck it. You know what? We'll talk. We'll do some good old-fashioned talking until we hit the 4-hour mark. Oh, review the Twitter post. You put an hold on. Review this? I'm not gonna review that. I appreciate it.
I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch.
Interesting. Do the quiz? Do what quiz? What quiz? What quiz? What quiz? Toastify made a video on lyrics? Huh? What? Where? Why? Who? When? No, I just posted a clip of a lyrics stream. It's on Toastify Live. Toastify is a live channel. Stay toasty. Oh, because Lyrics is deleting all of his videos, so I guess everyone's like now desperate to archive it because they can't let go.
For Christmas for my family. This commenter also.
Oh, hey, Toastify. Good to see you, man.
Dude, there's a fucking Chris Tyson DM you missed out.
I did? What are we looking at here?
It's already been archived though. Alright, yeah, cool, keep it on your archive. If it gets reposted though in full with no commentary or transformation, I personally hope that he DMCA's it and will pay him for every piece of content he DMCA's.
See. What the fuck is this? What is this? Hey. What the fuck? If you're into step sibling
What is the 8 values quiz? Huh? 8 values of what? It's a very vague quiz.
fucking Arrow Manga Sensei is good. Ah, that is just horrible. That is just horrible. What
Yeah,
the
dude.
fuck? Thanks for the call in, dude.
No worries, man.
Ah, and he just fucking leaves after that. The guy's a complete piece of shit.
Also goes on to explain that she's disabled, has PTSD, lotteries and scams specifically.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. It tells us how right-wing you are. I guess I could take it. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments. Yes. I think presently, I think the two are intertwined. The two are intertwined. I'd say agree. Is necessary for the government to intervene in the... Yes, true. The freer the markets, the freer the people. No! It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare for all citizens. No! Publicly funded research is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market. I think we need a little bit of both, right? I think we should subsidize, maybe, I don't know, maybe like subsidize research conducted by private corporations. I don't know, like there's like, but the market then overprices shit, and I'd say agree. Tariffs and international trade are important to encourage local production. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. True. It'd be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. True. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth. What do they mean by legitimate? Sure. Basic utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. I'm unsure. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. Those with the greater ability to pay should receive better health care. I mean, the thing is, right? I think, like, it should be public and everyone should get good health care. But if you want to pay for, like, something more specific, I think you should have that option. That should be open to you. Quality education is a right. True. It means production should belong to the workers who use them. Dude. Sweats? Start sweating? Aiden communist allegations? The United Nations should be abolished. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. I support regional unions. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's important to maintain our national sovereignty. Sure. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. No, that would just like end up like fucking Yugoslavia. It is more important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength. I think sometimes that would be the case. Other times we shouldn't be compromising with certain governments of other nations. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries. Military spending is a waste of money. International aid is a waste of money. My nation is great. Research should be conducted on an international scale. Yeah, true. Government should be accountable to the international community. True. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. My religious values should be spread as much as possible. Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible. My ideal values for the nation or the values we like presently hold. Because I think in theory, the notion of like freedom of worship, freedom of speech, etc. should be spread as much as possible, but not by like force. It is very important to maintain law and order, I guess. The general populace makes poor decisions. Sure. Physician-assisted suicide should be legal. Sacrifice some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism. Government surveillance is necessary to the modern world. The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. Regardless of political opinions, it is important to side with your country. All authority should be questioned. Hierarchical state is best. It is important that the government follows the majority opinion. Nope. The stronger the leadership, the better. I don't even know what that means. That's super fucking vague. Like, strong in what? Like, strong leaders? Sure, I would, like, depends on what you mean. Sure. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. Environmental regulations are essential. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. Children should be educated in religious or traditional values. Traditions are of no value on their own. Religion should play a role in government. Churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. Climate change is currently one of the... no, I'd go back on that. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats. I think I think, like, for these, like, televangelists, they absolutely should be taxed. But, like, I think, like, you're only going to serve to cause, like, additional social division when the government comes in and starts imposing taxes on, like, places of worship. It's going to cause, like, unnecessary loss of support. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life. It is important that we work as a united world to combat climate change. Society was better many years ago than it is today. It is important that we maintain the traditions of our past. It is important that we think in the long term. Reason is more important than maintaining our culture. Drug use should be legalized, or it depends on the drug. Because, like, I want to distinguish between private usage and open usage. I think open usage should be penalized. Like, you know, I've seen, like, kids walking on the sidewalk up in NorCal with people, like, smoking meth or crack by them. And it's like, no, you should still, like, feel some shame to, like, and obviously these people don't really feel a lot of shame. I don't want to criminalize them for being addicted, but I think there should be an effort to not be using it out in the open. Same-sex marriage should be legal. No cultures are superior to others. Sex outside marriage is immoral. If we accept migrants at all, it is important they assimilate into our culture. I mean, like, if you talk about, like, basic values, sure, but I don't think that's what they mean by culture. Like, should migrants who come here be accepting of freedom of worship and the right to the First Amendment and the fact that women and people of color, etc., are going to have, like, the same rights as them? Yes. Okay, you should be coming here with acceptance of that, and if you aren't, you should be forced to adopt it. So, but I don't think that's what they mean by culture. Abortion should be prohibited in most or all cases. Gun ownership should... I think the thing with my take on abortion is a little more nuanced. I don't view it as murder because I don't view a fetus as life, but I don't view it as just like this completely neutral act because it's the big, what is it, Sorites paradox with the heap of sand. And then there's like interpretations that are like being versus becoming. I think a fetus is in the transitionary phase of becoming life, but it is not yet life. And I think that even though it isn't murder, we shouldn't be celebrating stemming out potential life. It should be up to the woman, right? She should have the say. But when she does it, you know, it should be like a very serious matter. I don't necessarily think we should be just like celebrating it on Twitter. I've seen like maybe 2 people do that, and I don't think most women do that, obviously. Germs on the moon. What germs on the moon? What germs on the moon? I support single payer universal care. Prostitution should be illegal. I don't think we should penalize the prostitutes themselves. A lot of experts say, like, a lot of criminologists have said that this creates more, like, prosecution of the prostitutes themselves creates more harm than it does good. With that being said, I think pimps should be illegal. Maintaining family values is essential. Depends what you mean by that. Do I think that having 2 parents in the house is like very important, and we should understand that that's important and like what's best for a child's social emotional development? Yeah. But other than that, I don't know what you mean by family values. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. True. Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans. Potentially. We should open our borders to yes, obviously. Governments should be as concerned about foreigners as they are about their own citizens. Yeah. All people, regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equally. Sure. It is important that we further my group's goals above all others. True. Social, diplomatic axis, peaceful. Civil axis, liberal. Societal axis, very progressive. True, true, true. Yeah, I mean, the question I would ask for the people that are, claiming that a fetus is life is, are you of the viewpoint that there are hard lines in society? Like, do you believe in like a transitionary phase between non-life and life? Do you believe that like an organism has to develop before it officially becomes living? If so, when is that period? If not, do you believe that a fertilized egg is life? A single cell is alive. That's a different type of life, right? That like if I was to like I have a living skin cell, but it's part of a singular organism. The cell is part of my like the living cell. We're talking about a living organism. A living organism. When we refer to a live wire, we don't mean the wire literally has sentience and consciousness. When we're referring to like the life of singular cells, that comprise larger organisms, those cells are not alive on their own. They are facets of a larger organism. A single human cell, yeah, because like that cell's life, like the human is alive. The cell isn't its own like separate living organism. It's a component of a larger living organism. It's not how we're using alive in this context. We can culture human cells away from the person. Yeah, those cells. Okay, so do you believe that a human is a single organism? Do you believe that like this is not a single organism? I'm actually like trillions of organisms. I'm trillions of animals. Not this debate again. Call in. If you want to call in, we can have a talk. Maybe it would be better to rephrase is a fetus life to is a fetus is a fetus a living organism? Because you would surely, if I was to remove one of my skin cells and then set it on fire, you wouldn't argue that I've killed anything, right? So I think in this context, we're clearly speaking about organisms. Now that we have your attention, I sent you a link to the Parlo doc in inbox. Appreciate it. I might just check that out next stream. And the question should be, at what point does the fetus gain human rights? I guess when it's reached a point where generally, when it's reached a point of development generally, where in the event of birth, it would be able to exist independently of connection to a mother. Could a pregnant woman ride in the car? Good point. Good. Obviously, it's retarded because that's just gonna be. Obviously, we're speaking about philosophy. We're not making like legal arguments. Well, I guess part of it does involve legal arguments, but right now we're merely talking about the philosophy involved in the issue. Yeah, obviously independent of the body. Independent of the body. Obviously, an offspring is living. But when that offspring, what's in contention is, when does that offspring become a separate entity, a separate organism from the mother? independence is not needed, then how are we defining life? How are we defining what a living organism is? Just saying, 2 abortions here, whether or not it was a human being, I would not be a good mother, and I ended it. I'm sorry that you were forced to make that decision. Not forced. Sorry. I'm sorry that you had to make that decision. You know, it's regardless of whether you have the baby or not, it's a poor experience for the woman. You know, so I wonder, like, people probably wonder about the what ifs. What if the kid was born? But it seems like your decision was based on the child's best interest, or the potential child's best interest that would come about if you let the fetus develop. Unique DNA maintains homeostasis, carries out. Okay. So do you believe that a tumor, if I cut it off, if I cut off a tumor, do you believe I've committed murder? Because the tumor has unique DNA and it grows. So if I get a tumor cut off, have I committed murder? No, it's a tumor. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. If your criterion for life is unique DNA, then why would it not be murder to cut off a tumor? My point is we choose shit to... That's your point. Wow. Wow. Don't worry, chat. I don't think I'm a bad person, except the way that I'd be a bad mother. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. I corrected myself. I don't think you were forced, obviously, and I'm glad that it went well for you, and I'm glad that hopefully you're doing good today. And yeah, I mean, that's it. We don't need to pretend living thing. I mean, we're not pretending. It seems consistent with like we don't consider a tumor living. Why would we consider a fetus living? It's something that is, it has unique DNA. It has unique DNA, but it is a clump of cells. At what point does it become like there is consistency there? We consider a tumor living. We consider a tumor living. In the sense of it being a living organism. We talk about terminating cancer. Yes, but that's a different usage. You understand that the same word can mean different things in different contexts, right? So when you say a cell is living, that's the life itself is the organism that cell is a part of. Like the life is the organism. Tumors don't grow to be people. Well, that's not what's in contention here. The contention is, are you preventing potential life? That's not what the contention is. The contention is, are you actually killing life? I don't disagree that a fetus can become a person. Just like if, you know, a woman wants to have unprotected sex with me, and then I choose not to have sex with her, I've now prevented potential life. Okay? But that's not the contention. Okay, so if your argument is, well, a tumor cannot become potential life, or the tumor doesn't have the potential to develop into a living organism, then your real contention is preventing, stopping potential life from becoming life. So under that argument, you should then argue that nobody should be using condoms, nobody should be using birth control, everybody should be having sex at every opportunity. Because if they don't do any of those things, in every one of those instances, they are preventing potential life. So your argument very clearly is not finding issue with preventing the development of potential life. The argument comes down to, are you terminating and destroying a living organism itself? Yes, you're a living organism. You're terminating a living organism. That's the contention. I don't think that a fetus is a separate, distinct living organism yet. I think it is becoming one. The being is not there yet. As a fetus, it is in the stage of becoming. When you eliminate it, you've prevented potential life becoming from actually being. Okay? And if I can just get someone to concede to that point, then it would be, okay, if you still find this thing immoral, then you take issue with the destruction of potential life or preventing potential life from becoming life. Under that argument, people should be having sex at every opportunity, never wearing protection, etc., etc. You guys, nobody ever calls in. Nobody ever calls in. My Discord server is in the link below. If you'd like to call in and have a conversation with me, I would be happy to do so. Just go into the call-in VC. I'll drag you in. I'd like to, but I am on Aiden's. Yeah, don't call in if you're on my side. You hit 4 hours, you can retire now? I guess I could, right? Well, great stream, guys. Viewership was back up today, so there may be light at the end of the tunnel. I saw some new faces in chat today. I don't know if you actually are new or just haven't spoken before. Wait. Veranot might be calling in. Wait, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to pee real quick while Veranot gets in here. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Holy shit, man. Bro, I just fucking... I think my kidneys are like fucking water balloons, bro. Which do I go into? You go to where it says call-ins. Oh, here you are. Veronot, what's up?
Hey, Aiden, how you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. So, I don't know if you want to do this as a debate or a discussion. Depends.
Well, I think it's pretty short. I don't have a whole lot to say. I can tell you right now if you want to get a feeler.
Sure.
So, all I care about is I don't care about abortions. I think that it's kind of nasty if it's like 8 months and like 15 days and somebody fucking kills basically a full-born fucking baby. But like, I mean, it's like bad form. But like early on, I don't really care. What I care about is when people are like, well, like, because Destiny says this, like, it's a potential life, because he just wants to come and like fuck women and whatever he has to do to make that more likely.
Does he say that?
Yeah, he calls it a potential life.
Are you dude?
Crazy.
I'm so. I unironically did not get that from Destiny. I got that from like my first philosophy class. Fuck.
Well, you probably have more philosophy than him. Maybe that's where he got it from. But like I swear to God, you can look for some old clips if you want to do it. Well, I'm not, because I'm on my phone. I tried to get Discord on my computer, but it's fucking up. I have a better mic, but whatever. This is my cell phone. But he says it's a potential life, and so therefore it's like whatever, dude. It's a potential life. My point is, it's a living thing. It's completely separate. Yeah, it's like on a developmental path that cannot be stopped. Mm-hmm. The issue is we just say it's okay to kill certain things. Like we say it's okay to kill animals. We say it's okay to kill people at different times, all different reasons. But don't try to make me like pretend, like try to fool me and say, oh, it's not alive. Some people like they do like well, it's not like ensouled. That's like one of the answers. Or they'll be like, it's not a distinct, conscious experience. Or they'll say it's not human. Or they'll say it's not actually alive at all. And all of those things are not true. It's a living thing that's going on a pathway. It's just like, we just have to accept that and be like, we have to be adults and say, yes, we have morals where it's okay to kill things at certain times for different reasons, right? And that's it. That's all my contention is. I don't disagree with you. People think that I'm against abortion because I say that. It's just I don't like this kind of like cheap shortcut to being like more pro-abortion. Like just say, yeah, we're killing something, but there's a reason to do it. It's not that bad, and we accept that. That's it. But I don't think they're strong enough to bite that bullet.
So the thing is, right, although I agree with your like overall sentiment that yes, we do decide that it is okay to kill some things, I think there's a genuine case, not even just to morally just, I definitely agree. We say it's okay to kill things all the time, but I think that there's a genuine case for why, I think there is a genuine case as to why a fetus would not count as a like distinct biological organism or life as like we define it in this context.
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. I get the argument. It's like it's not independent. It's not really fully developed. It's not conscious, as far as we know. Before a certain point, it's like it's not even like doing normal like organ functions, which are like much higher level systems, right? Beyond like cellular stuff. We're talking about like lots of different tissues all working together, right? So I understand that, but what Destiny says is that he goes by like it hasn't had unique weird experiences like I've had, like where I've done drugs or abandoned my son or had sex with men and women, like that's like his argument is like it hasn't done all this cool stuff that I have, so like a fetus doesn't count. And it triggers me that when we get onto this sort of argument where it's like this sort of experiential thing, although to be fair, you didn't necessarily say experience, but I feel like that's kind of like what we're going towards is like, is it distinct enough to be considered a person? And I think a person might be different than like a human or a living thing. And we're kind of like confusing philosophy and law and biology. And I just want to do biology and just sort of whatever we have to do after that, we do after that. And I don't want that to be the driver and not like, philosophy driving what we consider biology to be, if that makes any sense. I feel like the biology should come first, and then we do with that what we have to do to make our system work. We don't like say just because we want to be able to terminate it, that somehow we have to make it indistinct from the mother when like it is unique from the get-go. Yeah, it's not like very well developed at all. Maybe it's a single cell, and nobody really cares if she just misses her period and never even knew she's pregnant. But I still think it's like a living thing, and you kill it, nobody cares. It's like it's not a big deal. You can just bite the bullet and be like, we kill things.
Well, no,
But-
I agree. Once again,
I get what you're saying.
I agree we kill things. I just dispute that a fetus is a living thing or like a living organism.
Well, at what point would it become living? Are you saying like it has to be a certain level of development? Does it have to be a certain size? Does it have to be, brain activity or something, or what? Because like many kids,
I think
aren't like independent from their parents until they're like 45 years old.
No, I mean like a physically separate organism. Just because socially, your social dependence versus like being contained in the body of another organism, being contained, developed in the body of another organism, are separate. I think that I don't know, to pinpoint it, I'd look to what the most premature surviving baby, when that baby was born, and I wouldn't around that stage of development, I probably would end abortion, because the possibility of independent existence as an organism in regards to not social independence, but being biologically independent, separate from the body of the mother, exists.
Right.
And I think at that point, then it's probably developed into its own organism.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, that makes sense. Although I wouldn't be so, tough as to end abortion just at that point, because I know there's reasons to kill things beyond a certain point, like, rape, incest, etc. There could be reasons to do so. Maybe there's a genetic problem with the baby, right, at a certain age, even really far along, like at 9 months, and they still terminate it. I understand that. But yeah, I mean, I think your point is reasonable. However, I'll say that like when an embryo is fertilized, or becomes like basically when an egg is fertilized and becomes an embryo, part of the cells divide off and become the placenta. That does not actually become the human, like ever. It's descended from like the human like egg cell that's like fertilized, but the placenta is a completely separate like lineage of tissues that separates the baby, the fetus, or whatever embryo from the mother. Like it's already like an internal separation from the mother. Like that's one of the things that apparently people believe that like some virus gave us the ability to do this, where we basically have a placenta that meshes with the mother, and then the babies now have some separation. And like you can have things like mothers and babies have incompatible blood types, which can cause problems for the baby, right? So there is some separation there, but I see it's not like enough for most people to go, oh, it's separate. Like obviously people understand once it pops out of the mother that yeah, it's separate. But somewhere between where I'm talking about and where you're talking about is probably where it really is in terms of being separate. And like the viability thing, the technology gets better and better every year, where it's earlier and earlier that a baby that's premature can be born and live to some degree. Now, they're always going to be healthy. I don't know. But eventually we'll be able to have embryos grow in machines without the mother at all.
Mm-hmm. Do you okay, so but do you think there's a period between conception and birth where the organism or the cells that develop within the mother's womb that would then eventually constitute the fetus and the baby, where that wouldn't constitute as life? I'm pretty sure you commented that before. I might have missed it.
Well, I mean, I think it probably said like it's a living thing even from like the first cell. I believe that the cell is living. It gets fertilized. It starts carrying out like irreversible changes that are like this cannot be stopped without like the death of the cell.
Yeah, but but if that constitutes life, then would you say a tumor is like a separate living organism?
Yeah, I mean, I studied. Are we on the channel or no?
Live? No, yeah, we're live.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. So I studied like cancer and stuff in college, and tumors are alive. Like they're living things. They're not like a real species. They're descended from humans. Like we have like that the cervical cancer line Henrietta Lacks. There's a movie about that where this woman's been dead for I don't know 50 years, but her cells like her tumor cells are still alive and being like yes, they're being cultured like that's what I'm talking about, like mammalian cell culture. So like tumors are alive, and that's what we talk about killing tumors.
It seems like we're talking about two different kinds of life. Like in this context,
probably,
we use it to refer to like organisms, living organisms. And it seems like technically, if you can also use life to describe the active and isolated components of organisms. But to narrow it down, when I say life, I'm specifically referring to like a living organism.
So I mean, organism. I know that there's like a specific kind of like definition for organism, like it's a species, it's like an individual, right? Not some sort of part. Like an organism comprises many different living things within it, living cell lines. Like within humans, you have cells where there's no nucleus, or there's like it's multinucleated. You have cells that they don't have the same amount of chromosomes, right? So it's like all different living things, and they reproduce themselves asexually. And they do this because it benefits them to like support the survival of like the greater whole. Because then they'll eventually get reproduced again when that person has a kid or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So that's like that sort of like communal bond that they decide to sort of like sacrifice themselves for like a greater whole. I think a tumor is when that shit goes wrong. And I think it's like when they look at tumors, they'll say like what organism it came from. So like they'll say like a mouse organism or like or a mouse tumor or like a human tumor.
Because the cells that are reproducing that comprise the tumor are modified or mutated variants of the original organism's DNA, right? So parts of that genetic code are still existent within the cancer cell, making the original organism identifiable.
Right. Yeah. I mean, depending on how fucked up it gets, but generally speaking, you can probably identify where it came from. Like, you can, and it's different too. Like a breast tumor is different from, bowel tumor is different from like pancreatic, whatever. I'm familiar with like breast and bowel. So like, that's where, what I talk about. So you have different like cell types, like different subtypes of these tumors. And I would say they're not separate organisms, but they are living things. They do work together within themselves, like for the tumor. But they're disordered, right?
And you can kill them. You
can kill bacteria.
So would you say that they're living cells that are a part of or comprise that are components of, albeit diseased components of or mutated components of, a living organism?
I would say it's a living thing. I don't know if we want to call it an organism. Maybe it could be like
the tumor. Like the tumor's a part. The tumor is a part of the living organism. Like it's living cells that comprise a living organism.
I would say the tumor is no longer part of like the human. Is that what you're asking? Or
no. Well, if it wasn't a part of the human, it was a separate entity and still living. My question would be: you'd consider the tumor a part of the person, right?
No, I wouldn't, because like it's no longer functioning the way it should be, and it kind of does things to support itself now. Like it grows and recruits blood vessel development to supply itself with blood, which is separate from, where the body needs blood to go. It will redirect your energy, which is why people waste away.
Well, that's
right.
But that's what normal cells do that, or body parts do that as well, right?
Yeah, but like in an orderly fashion, like as expected. Once it's no longer doing that and it's kind of going on its own and it starts producing different cell types within itself, and they're no longer chromosomally normal, they have like an abnormal karyotype, you get into situations where like, something was there that started as you, but now it's like growing into a new thing. Okay, and so there's no like game plan for it to become like a new human, like through the normal process of like, the sexual reproduction. Now it's just like some disordered mass that somehow manages to grow and it keeps growing, which is the unusual part. We have, fuck ups where like cells go wrong, but they usually just, self-destruct, like I don't know, like some sort of like alcoholic or something, right? They just like fuck their own life up and then they die. But some things manage to be like functional and then grow. And I think that's living, but it's not. I wouldn't consider it like a human life or like a person or whatever. It's just a living thing. Like to me, like the embryo in the like the uterus is like the same sort of life that you get from like a chicken in like that's developing in an egg. Like it's a living thing, but like we don't really care too much about killing it. That's it.
Well, aren't there conditions that can cause like an organ in the body to still exist and be comprised of living cells, but be disordered in its functioning, like not fulfill certain functions?
Yeah.
So, but
yeah, sure.
When,
I mean,
but when those conditions happen,
yeah.
would that organ still be a part of the organism?
Yeah, I would say so. It's like you got a disordered spleen or some, I don't know, some problem with your physiology. You have some sort of metabolic condition going on in your spleen. It's been damaged and it tries to heal, but it has scars. So, or like with your liver, you got like liver cirrhosis, right? So now it's damaged and it can't, function at a normal level. You start having more and more symptoms and problems going on from there, and eventually you die, right?
Yeah. So why?
But it's still your liver.
But then why would the cells that comprise the tumor be a separate entity just by virtue of the fact that they're like disordered in how they function?
I would say it's because now they sort of have a separate like developmental path that is completely independent from and novel, like to each person. Like each person is a completely unique tumor that falls within some broader subtypes of depending on the tumor or the cancer, I should say. But it's no longer that, like it'll never go back to being that person ever again. It's just going to continue being this weird independent entity that can actually survive outside of the person. And so that's why I don't think that tumor is really that person anymore, and that's why we kill it.
Well, I think okay. Well, I think in the statement you just gave me, I think that kind of your premise relies on an assumption of the conclusion, like it can never go back to being that person again. I think that would that's relying on the assumption that it is now presently not still a part of the person itself. And what I'm disputing here is the notion that just because the cellular reproduction and function is independent of other cells due to the mutation, that it now comprises or it's no longer still technically a part of said organism.
So you think that like if somebody, correct me if I'm wrong, like so a woman gets breast cancer and you have a tumor mass, it's stage 3, so it's already started spreading into different tissues and recruiting blood vessels and whatnot. You're saying that you believe it's just part of the person, and
it's just a part that's functioning abnormally. It's just a part that's functioning abnormally, but it's still a part of the person. It's just disordered.
I mean, I can agree with that it's part of like the same person if you want to look at it that way, that it has to be killed, but like it's still part of the person. I can see that. I suppose like if you had to like remove an arm that was infected, like below the elbow or whatever, like I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is that once like this bunch of cells start going down a path that's like irreversible, I think that you are eventually, you're separate. You have a natural like separation between two things. You have like a separation between the normal processes and the abnormal processes, and it's like it spreads. It's not, and it grows. It's not just like my liver is wonky or whatever because it's scarred up. It's like this thing will continue, like is going to basically take away all of your nutrients and like continue growing on its own, and could even possibly live outside of your body as well.
Well, can organs for a brief period of time survive independent of the body? Like if you
yeah, I mean,
put a heart.
Yeah,
on
you can put you can put a heart on like one of those machines, whatever they call it, where you can keep it on ice. Even you can have you can do that to like the certain organs or whatever, but I think it's different because like, you know, the heart is just acting normally. It's not actually like trying to grow into something different. Like the tumor is trying to become like a completely self-contained system that leeches off of this like the host organism until eventually it kills it, because it can't regulate itself to the point where it's like, I need to slow down or I'm going to kill the host. Like it doesn't have that ability. It all does is want to grow, because it's so incredibly fucked up that like it can't respond to normal stimuli in the body. But I mean, I see your point. Like, I don't disagree with anything you say. My overall contention is that I just don't like when people try to say that, like an embryo of any kind. Like we're talking about like a shark embryo, like inside of a shark, right? For the ones that give live birth, whatever. That's not a living thing. Like, yeah, it's a living thing. Like, obviously, shark's alive, the embryo's alive, it's developing. It's going to be a living thing, and it is a living thing now because it can fail and die, right? Like in the womb.
It's contained in an egg, right? The shark embryo, if I remember correctly. I've seen a shark egg before.
Some of them are.
You see the little
some of them
things swimming around in there.
Yeah, maybe a better example is to say, let's look at like a snake or something. Like some of the snakes give live birth, right? They give birth to babies just like, you know, a human does. It's a living thing that developed from like a bunch of follicles that became eggs that were fertilized, just like human eggs become fertilized, and it grows inside of the womb. Well, that's not really a womb, but like whatever, inside of the snake, the mother, and it grows to term, and they can just die while they're developing as babies, like as embryos. They can just die. And so you can have stillborn babies. You can have eggs that only partially develop. Some, you know, got a couple weeks through and then died. Some die right after birth. Like it's normal, but they're all living things. They just died, and then we just accept that. And it's like not a big deal. What people tend to do is when they go down your path is they'll say stuff like, you know, it doesn't have like amazing experiences doing drugs like I have. That's what Destiny says. Or like, it's not sold. It's not a person. And then it's like, it goes back and back all the way towards not living. Right. And I think
that's not
somewhere between,
that's not my argument.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say like, yeah. So to be fair, like your argument is like all the way towards like the end of that, where you're like, it's not living at this time, like enough to be considered a separate organism. And I get that. I'm not gonna be too upset about somebody saying that. I just still think that, to me, I don't see a huge difference between, you know, this embryo being very early on and you're like, okay, it's not at the point of viability yet with like medical technology. It's like I don't know what the earliest, I'm not sure what the earliest preterm birth was. I think it was 23 weeks, but now it's at, I think it might be 19 weeks. Am I wrong about that?
I actually have zero idea.
Let me look it up right now. I'll tell you. So it says 21 weeks. So like you're saying like a baby at 20 weeks, not quite there. 21 weeks, you would say no abortions after 21 weeks.
So I think that there is a point. I think that there is a specific point. I don't know. I think it's going to be, there's a reason why the 21-week baby can survive being born. I think if we can identify that reason, we could probably pinpoint a specific time where life begins. It's not really a matter of how much time has passed per se, but the development that has occurred within that period of time that has now allowed the 21-week-old infant to live independently from the mother, as opposed to, fetuses that come out earlier that can't survive.
But die, yeah. But I mean, a lot of that's medical tech, right? So like, because it used to be 22 weeks, now it's 20, because think of 2023, there's a BBC article, baby born at 22 weeks survives. 2025, it says a baby was born in 2024 at 21 weeks. So this is like medical technology perhaps revealing the actual, like, the extremes of like biological reality, perhaps you could say. It's like, okay, maybe it's not that the biological reality changed, it's that the medical tech revealed how far we can really push it. but you could also say back, 100 years ago, it was absolutely no more than 36 weeks, right? But like, obviously that's not true because now we can get 21-week-old babies. I have no idea how long they live, or if they have, big problems, but we're saying that at least like somewhere around 21 weeks, even earlier, is, it's definitely like a separate living thing is what you're saying, right?
Yes. Maybe. Yeah. Yes. If it's existing.
So, I mean,
if it's existing independently.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I just don't think that, I just don't know how important the independence is, when we have like everything else kind of going on, like it's complete, like separate individual, it's developing, we know where the game plan is going to be, we know how development occurs, like certain steps are taken. To me, like, you just add time in between that 21 weeks and like, 15 weeks, like that could happen in the next, 20 years or whatever. And somewhere along the line, it's going to get closer to like the beginning. Cause like eventually we're gonna be able to culture human cells completely independently from a mother. Now, I mean, I guess you could say like, if it's in a machine, isn't that still dependent on something?
Yeah, I'd have to.
I mean,
I'd have to look into that argument. If you want to come back for a convo, you can. This one a little longer than I was expecting, but I'll have you on next stream if you'd like to continue this discussion.
I mean, yeah, sure. I can tell you're tired. I don't want to take too much of your time. I would say that you for some reason your audio sounds better than on your stream. I don't know why.
Oh, really? I'll try to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, like the kind of sharp like peaks I get sometimes. I don't know. People tease you about that, but like I don't see that as much on this. So what? I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a pop filter or what you got to do, but yeah, I'll come back. I'll come back about whatever.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you for the conversation. Take care.
All right, have a good one. See ya. Bye.
Bye. All right, who am I gonna raid into? Great stream, everybody. I have to read a dono. We actually got a dono in between then. Perryx with the 10. Good stream, white boy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Perryx. What is this Toki guy laughing at? Will I send you guys over to customization, redirect. Go enjoy my good friend Dickers. Take care, guys. Peace, peace. See you later.